while himself using irresponsible, delegitimizing rhetoric that undermines our democracy.
McConnell says if Georgia or Texas election laws present Jim Crow emergencies, then so do a number of Democrat-led states, noting, for instance, that New York and Delaware have fewer days of early voting than Georgia and don't have no-excuse absentee voting. The president is now expected to join a weekly caucus meeting tomorrow on ways around a Republican filibuster of voting rights bills, as Democrats lobby two of their own.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and several other Democrats are meeting regularly with Senators Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema on changes to the filibuster, requiring 60 votes to advance most legislation.
We're not there yet. I wouldn't want to delude anybody to thinking this is easy.
Schumer says regardless of the outcome, the Senate will vote by next week.
Fox's Jared Halpern on Capitol Hill. The president's approval rating sinking further in a new Quinnipiac poll to just 33%, with 54% saying the economy is getting worse. Still, half surveyed say the president's doing the job about as well as they expected. Inflation isn't helping.
The surge in inflation year over year for December at 7% was so high that millennials and anyone younger have never faced such a steep jump.
Fox's Lillian Wu. President Biden says there's progress in slowing the rate, but that he knows there's more work to do. America is listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Over the past 5 years, confidential data and network breaches have doubled for small and large businesses, resulting in huge financial loss. At GTA, our multi-threat security bundle is a cost-effective solution monitored by our team of experts, ready to detect known malware and stop new evolving cyber threats before entering your network.
Protect your business with confidence and call 671-644-1000 or visit gta.net/enterprise. GTA, we start with you.
The lawsuit over a school shooting in Oxford, Michigan expands, now targeting school administrators.
A $100 million lawsuit originally filed last month is growing, with 11 new counts alleging Oxford High School should have done more, accusing administrators of not only failing to act to stop the mass shooting, but actively working to discourage others from reporting threats. That days before Ethan Crumley is accused of killing 4 students and injuring 7 others in late November. That multiple parents communicated with the school about threats on social media and severed animal heads that the teen reportedly brought to school. The district's attorney says claims of wrongdoing are false as the investigation surrounding the shooting continues.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. The suspect's parents are charged with manslaughter, accused of supplying the gun. An off-duty Los Angeles police officer was killed in what officials are calling an attempted robbery.
27-year-old LAPD officer Fernando Arroyos was killed Monday night. LAPD's Chief Michael Moore said during a police commission meeting that Arroyos was not in uniform at the time. He was with his girlfriend, and they were house hunting in South L.A. when a black pickup truck pulled up and 3 suspects got out.
Yelled for his girlfriend to leave, to run, to go back to the car. Shots were fired. The officer returned fire. The officer was struck.
An L.A. County Sheriff's official said 5 people have been detained, but no one had been booked or charged yet. Chief Moore said Arroyos, who'd been with the department for 3 years, had a promising career ahead. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
China's decision to cancel a growing number of flights from the U.S. because of passengers later testing positive for COVID. The Biden administration calls the cancellations inconsistent with China's obligations under a transport agreement with the U.S. and isn't ruling out a regulatory response. An hour to the close on Wall Street, stocks are mixed. The Dow's down 30 points. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
At Guam Auto Spot, we're starting 2022 with a bang during our New Year, New Ride sales event. Right now, you can get the all-new Buick Encore as low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down. Or the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander as low as $201 per paycheck, 0 down. Get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com or schedule a test drive today at 478 Auto.
Go green, go solar, and save big with Nambo Insurance. When you power up your home with solar panels, Nambo Insurance will pay up to $350 toward your power bill. With Nambo, you can enjoy great savings while going green and helping to save Guam's environment. At Nambo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit Nambo.com or call 477-9754 for details. Nambo Insurance, proudly serving Guam for over 50 years.
Get a box of Post or Kellogg's cereal for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a 75-ounce bottle of Dawn dish soap for only $5.95 when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a Bounty paper towel 2-pack for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Off the day, it's 6:06. I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. For over a year, Candid News has been following the trail of alleged corruption in the CNMI, shedding light on abuses of power and improprieties. And it's all coming to a head. And if you were watching yesterday with Candid News, you witnessed history in the making as the CNMI House of Representatives, in a bipartisan vote of 15, voted to impeach Governor Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres on all 6 articles of impeachment filed against him. Those include felony, neglect of duty, and corruption, including living a lavish lifestyle on taxpayers' money amid Super Typhoon Yutu and the COVID-19 pandemic. Torres is now the second CNMI governor to be impeached. He now faces an impeachment trial in the 9-member CNMI Senate. In that, senators will either vote to acquit or convict the impeached governor. The governor maintains his innocence and says the allegations are politically motivated, but the charges against him lay out a lavish lifestyle that he lived while taxpayers were suffering, and that includes unlawfully being reimbursed for hundreds of thousands of dollars in utilities, which, if found guilty, could result in jail time. The governor is also charged with taking up to 85 trips off island while the CNMI was recovering from severe damage due to Typhoon Yutu. In a statement from Nola Hicks, who's the chairwoman of the NMI Democratic Party, she says the sacrifices of our legislators, witnesses, and our communities now lay in the hands of the Senate. With a 15-4 to 1 vote, they can only hope that the same 5 mistakes don't happen again. And we thank the other members of the minority for doing what's right. The people want our elected officials, she says, to deliver, and the impeachment is a major solution to many of the ongoing issues that have somehow become the norm for several years now. Hicks says this is the first step in eradicating corruption, abuse, and years of mistrust in the people's government that will take years to restore. Hicks adds that the people deserve justice and closure, and the impeachment votes are a step in the right direction. Locally, there were 560 new cases of COVID, according to the JIC report. That's out of 2,452 people who were tested on January 11th. 116 cases were identified through contact tracing. 350 civilians reported locally out of civilian cases, that is, were reported out of 1,952 tested, and 166 cases from 529 tests performed from the Department of Defense. The CAR score this morning is at 228.4. We'll have more news right after this.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
The man convicted for attempting to cash a bogus COVID relief check will spend 110 days in jail. Gerard Belga, sentenced in the Superior Court. The Guam Daily Post reports that Belga has already served at least 10 months in prison. In June 2020, Belga was indicted on charges of forgery and attempted theft of both as third-degree felonies. Also from the Post, a man who stands accused of sexually molesting a 10-year-old girl has denied the allegations in the Superior Court. 47-year-old Gilbert Custerbeck pleaded not guilty to first-degree criminal sexual conduct and 2 counts of second-degree criminal sexual conduct as a first-degree felony. A superseding indictment was filed in court on January 4th. He'll be scheduled to appear back in court on February 25th. Also from the Guam Daily Post, Superior Court Judge Vern Perez has recused himself from hearing the case against former Court Marshal Joey Terlahi. Terlahi, as you might know, is also the former DOC Deputy Director. Judge Perez disclosing that he has a close relationship with Terlahi and his family. The case will now have to be assigned to another judge. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Can be done. Mostly sunny today, Mona, with a daytime high at about 87 degrees. With a heat index, it'll feel like 90. Winds east 6 to 9 miles an hour. Isolated showers tonight. Partly cloudy skies. Overnight low should be about 76 degrees for tomorrow. And do you wonder why we're looking at tomorrow's weather? Because tomorrow's Friday. The kickoff to the weekend. Here it comes. Isolated showers in the forecast, mostly sunny skies. Daytime highs tomorrow should be about 87 degrees. There's isolated showers in the forecast for tomorrow night. Heat index, like I said, 90 degrees, about a 10% chance of rain. Sunrise this morning, not until 6:47. We'll watch the sunset tonight. We will watch the sunset tonight at 6:11 or so. Hashtag tell the others. There's news and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 67 years.
Attention Guam Power Authority commercial accounts. GPA proudly announces that our Energy Sense rebate program has just gotten bigger and better to include customers on rate schedule G and J. With GPA's Energy Sense program, commercial accounts can receive up to $350 per ton in rebates with the purchase of a qualified unit through any of our approved vendors. The GPA Energy Sense rebate program helps lower energy costs, improves energy efficiency, and saves you money. Visit us at guampowerauthority.com/energysense. Effective dates for units may vary.
Howdy. Sorry, that's it. That's the way we break into the Chili's commercial. Just go, howdy, y'all. Enjoy some Texas-sized family meals at Chili's. Full racks of Chili's world-famous baby back ribs, margarita chicken, savory shrimp, beef fajita, and more. The desire to feed your family is big with the guys over at Chili's. This is just $45. Chili's, more life, and bigger meals happen there.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Gentlemen, welcome to the end of the world as we know it, huh? Hey, civilization was fun. That's all, folks. Did it? That's all, folks. It's like the end of the Porky Pig thing in the old cartoons when we were kids. It certainly had that feel last night as the new car score numbers and the number of positive cases came out. And I, it's amusing to me because there are still a lot of people that I kind of watch just kind of go over a cliff when these numbers come out and they're as radically high as they are these days. It's just the Omicron thing. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you this morning, and even more so now because we finally got what I would consider some news, and some people would consider it good news. The impeachment story up in the CNMI, and if you just now started paying attention to that, you caught it. I want to say kind of at the right time.
This is a sad day for Real Joe Cruz, though.
They're not going to free him, Real Joe.
I'm working on it, man.
I'm sorry.
You're going to have to go and visit him.
It's over for Magundus.
They're tomorrows, though, Ray. We forgive here. We forgive and we forget.
I don't know. if everybody else was having a really, really hard time, it's like like you and I, we have to grovel and eat outside with the flies and the inclement weather from time to time, while there are the elites. At the top of the Tsubaki Tower, top of the news set, and they've got their little cocktails and they're drinking pinky out, put your pinky finger to the moon. Right, so it's like that up in the CNMI, where everybody having a hard time recovering from YouTube. They got the COVID-19 thing around there, and this guy is gallivanting around the CNMI chain with police boats, and basically living large on the people, on the taxpayer dollars. At least those are the allegations that have been made against him, and 15 people, including members of his own party, have sided with the taxpayers on this one. It is going to be interesting. Cousin Troy just before this program started went live with a conversation about, okay, well, what happens next now that the impeachment is done, and hopefully we'll hear from Cousin Troy and get a debrief now the day after, the night before, as it were. In the meantime, though, let's roll around and say good morning to Real Joe Cruz, who's going to get the phone when you call 888-8255-888-TALK. Again.
I stayed around for the ahis and the ungans. That was the sweetest part of the whole impeachment.
You watched it?
Yeah, watched it. Yeah, stopped everything.
Wow. So you didn't go bicycle ride or anything?
No, that's Saipan, bro.
Yeah, no.
Now, I was watching because I was trying to keep up with Joe's commentary the whole time.
Oh, my God.
I'm sorry.
Oh, my gosh. You
That's
embarrassed
my
the
guy.
family.
Huge numbers on that. For those of you that are wondering, if anybody watches this stuff on social media, absolutely, about 1,000+ people were tuned in for some of that on Candid yesterday. So big show, and we hope to bring some of that conversation over here into this program as well. Anyway, 888-8255 is the telephone number. The meme machine is online here this morning. If there's something that you want to send, pictures, videos, songs, whatever, you can go ahead and do that. 797-8255. And one of the first things I got this morning was from Rico B. Big man Rico Blancaflor. And this picture here is out of the back, as you can tell, out of the backside of Carabao.
It is.
Last night was a going away thing for another listener of the program, Mark Voitlin, who is, as I said, is going for he's leaving for colder weather.
Safe travels, Mark.
Absolutely, and he's in absolutely no condition this morning to fly an airplane after all of the frivolity that took place last night. But it was a good time had by all. A lot of other people, a lot of the other point listeners were made their way in and out to wish him good wind and following seas or something. I forget what they say to Navy guys. But anyway, it's good to know you, and we'll watch you.
Does that mean we could order our Target and have it sent to him?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Absolutely. Target,
Awesome.
Walmart, anything that Amazon.com says, I'm sorry, we can't ship to Guam.
Send it to Mark.
Send it to Mark, and then Mark will happily walk all of that through and maybe even pay for the postage to get it all the way out to Guam.
What a
He
friend.
loves us that much. 6:18 in the morning. So that's a clever use, Rico B, of the meme machine here this morning. 797-8255 is the way to do that. Other voice there is Montesilva Tyron with her look at all the big news and interesting stories, and a great write-up on the impeachment story up in the CNMI. Did a good job with it.
Because we all scoffed in the beginning, right? Well, not we all, but some people scoffed at Candid News covering all of the allegations of corruptions in Saipan, and it's coming to a head. And looking back in the early days of the Candid coverage,
when it was just him by himself,
believe all of this is happening.
Mm-hmm.
And then here we go, all of the media jumping on like it's their big story. Good job, Candid.
Way to go, leading the market as usual. 6:19 in the morning. So news and headlines in a little bit with Montesilva Tyron. In the meantime, we want to say hello to all of these people, near as we can tell, not going to be impeached for anything.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant.
We're testing it out here. We're testing it out.
And if you threw a party,
all right, Mana doesn't like it. Go to the other one. Go to the old standby here. The usual welcome aboard to our friends. Taggy boy.
sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You knows your name.
Yeah, we probably should have done some research on that, huh? Well, I don't know. I mentioned it the other day, and I didn't get a rash of complaints or anything like that. I just maybe there was another way that we could say good morning to all kinds of people. But yeah, and then the other thing Monica points out is she's a creature of habit. Most of us are and don't like change. Even people that say, "Hey, change
it freaks
is
me
good."
out. I'm like, what's happening here?
Is this still the Ray Gibson Show? Or are we still
in the building?
Hurt my neck
93.3?
looking at Joe like, what are you doing?
20 after 6 o'clock in the morning. All right, number one post position this morning is with Post Canteen. And an opportunity to remind everybody, it is Cook Your Own Steak Night, Saturday, the 15th, from 4 until 8. $25 get you a T-bone, baked potato, corn on the cob, beans, and a salad. Order and pay by close of business Wednesday. Oops.
That's a great deal.
No, it's a great deal. I'm wondering if they're sold out. Post Canteen, give me an update on this if people can still order and pay, because it's Thursday morning and I'm plugging it right now. I want to be able to get people. It's like that appointment thing over at the Teasen for your shots. All of that stuff. All right, so we got Post there. Our Renee Lau at number 2 position. Dennis Benzer, who would do an outstanding job cooking your steak and his steak and everybody else's. Get as I said, big man Rico B is there. Elizabeth Gumatau, M.T. Farron, Buenos Aires to Brad Wood, whose haircut looks as good as mine does. I've got Colin Clark online here this morning, Juanita Machi, and soon-to-be Senator Vince Mesa, or the best guitar player Guam has ever seen, Vince Mesa.
It's whatever.
Just write him in. Write him in. It's
he does
okay.
It all.
You know, we had Ken Leon Guerrero on the radio yesterday. Did we not have Ken on the air yesterday saying, we need to get new and important, vibrant voices out in our community to replace all of the tired and kind of worn out political names that we've come and grown to know for their uselessness. So we need new. I guess what we're asking for is new useless people over at the legislature. The 37th Guam legislature could use a little bit of music in it as well. Looking at some of the other names here this morning, I see living in the Pacific, Edita Camarillo. Good morning to Dale Audette. Now, Dale Audette has got an interesting icon. I take a look at this thing, and every time I see it, I say, wow, that Dale, she's hot. And then you look at it a little bit more, and it's like this hot woman, and then, kind of sort of in the frame is a guy, and I think that's Dale.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure. It's a weird kind of stocky thing going on here this morning. I got Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, online. Kenley and Guerrero saying, looking like the entire judicial system will be bowing to Terlahi. He knows where the skeletons are. That's an interesting way to view that particular story here this morning. Post Canteen says, think about it. If the car score is useless today, it was useless at the start of the garbage. Ken LG says, can we import the CNMI representatives into the 37th Guam legislature? Reunification between Guam and the Mariana Islands. And we'd all be, wouldn't it be great, though, if our governor was Tina Sablan? Wouldn't that? Hey. It's hard to for me to have serious conversation, with about her, because she's just she's just so foxy. You know what I mean? I got there's Joe Cruz says, come on, forgive Governor Torres. It's the Chamorro thing to do. Colin says, soda prim. Cousin Troy is online here this morning, wishing us a happy morning. Jane Nauta, Buenos Aires. Jane Sasai is hanging out with us. How you doing there, Jane? Dennis Larson says, they all must die. He's talking about pedos. Okay, gotcha. I'm sorry, I was thinking about something completely different. Let me see. Pam Duvall, Candid News Group's Guardians of Guam and the CNMI Baby. Big James Howard, in other news, Will Castro has returned to the island under the cover of darkness late last night. Castro, Chief of Staff Ralph Torres, impeached CNMI when asked why did he return to Guam. His response was, it wasn't me. This is a developing story. Oh, my God. For more James Howard goodness, swing over to the YouTube side. We've got Facebook Live. We've got YouTube Live, and both of them have comments enabled on them. So you can yak back to me or yak with each other. The Facebook Live is more the fancy living room of the house, and the YouTube Live I equate to kind of the dirty kitchen / champagne room of the Ray Gibson shows. And there's people that go back and forth between the two to see what's going on. Look at Joe Dizon saying good morning to everybody. MT Farron says his Auntie Lou will pick him up, referencing to Will. Let me see. Who else we got here? Former Governor Carl T. C. Gutierrez is online.
Bringing the sunshine.
Bring it back. Hey, Gov, why don't you? They're going to be looking for some new leadership in Saipan. Why don't you move? Tell you what, no. Let's. I'm just throw this around in your head. Yeah, I'm brainstorming here. I'm spitballing. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez goes in and takes over Saipan. Just on the interim until the election, and Tina Sablan becomes the next governor.
Yes,
so we
sir.
just have him take care of everything. You and I could go up there as dual chief of staff guys. We'll do a quick morning show in the morning, and then just go and take care of all the things that need getting done up in CNMI.
That's our people too, Ray.
They are our people. Did they spell Chamorro? Capital C, capital H?
Oh, boy.
How did they spell Chamorro in the CNMI? Pam Duvall, Tsubaki Tower, 27th floor is a scary place to be looking out the window. That's true. It's even made even more scary if you have a whole lot of cocktails, which the whole place was built for. I see Carl Meyer. Fair winds and following seas is what I'm supposed to be saying to Mark as he makes his way out here this morning. Gerald Young. Who else is there? Elizabeth Gumatao. Gotta love this #1 favorite talk show. Thank you, sweetie. I appreciate that. Tim Lujan, not that one. The other one is online. I see Joe Antitino. Tina Garcia saying, run for Senator, Ray. Tina, I'll do it if you take care of all of my paperwork. If you will go and these are some of the stupid things that they want you to do. First of all, there's an affidavit that you have to sign in the paperwork that says that you're not haven't been convicted of anything and you aren't currently under investigation.
Well, that's personal,
it's
Ray.
but it's basically an affidavit clearing you of the police and court record, right? But like 3 pieces of paper later are the instructions to go and get an actual court clearance
that's
and
bummer.
police clearance. I'm like, well, then why do you need an affidavit? One or the other. Why both of them? And they want more financial information, Tina, than I would give to Benita Manglotnia to give to Daphne Shimazu. Right? It's like they want to know everything. Look, here's the up and down of this is people get rich when they're senators because they take bribes. Oh, wait. No, I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? Or favors or what? I don't know how you want to cat. And they think that there's if you keep track of all of these financials, you'll be able to see that. So here's the thing. If you believe that there are senators that are dirty and corrupt, do an investigation. Do it for you. You can do all of that on your own. But why do you need all of that information from me? I'll tell you right now. Frankly, I'd be embarrassed to put up a whole bunch of my financial details because I am the absolute worst with money. I'm that bad. You walk in the bank and everybody from the loan department shuts the door. No, not you, not you. Or yes, we will talk to you. How do you feel about a 20% interest rate on your consumer loan there, Mr. Gibson? There's all of that, and then. And then here's the other thing: you got to keep track of every penny that you make when you're doing your fundraising, right? That's why you've done this before, right?
Yeah.
So there's all this paperwork that you've got to do, and like I said, I'm lousy with money. I'm not one of those receipt keeping guys, so it would be a disaster. I would be one of the first guys. They'd totally wrecked me on this one. Tony and Annette Unpinko. Ada is online from California, saying good morning, everybody. Well, good morning. Pretty nice to see you as well. Nick Perlosky, tired of the car score. I have a truck, so what's the truck store? Bump. Who else is there? Jeanette Francis. Sylvia Barbie is on. Auntie Bennett Lujan Duenas from Family Finance. Dale Audette says, with regard to his icon, that's my better half. Always put that first. Dale, do you have any pictures of just her that can be your profile picture? I know it's kind of unusual, but these are unusual and unprecedented times. Keita McCausland from the upper left-hand corner of the States. Pretty Sarita Garin online here this morning. She was wearing Korean hot pants last night.
Oh,
and just want when
Sarita.
This is one of the things, and I want you every once in a while to listen and get triggered by this fear of missing out. So we get together with some of the other point people over at the Carabao. Sarita Garin wearing Korean hot pants, and you're going, man, I did miss out on a Wednesday night, didn't I? We might do it again tonight. I don't know. Just hit me on the DMs and we'll see what happens. Jerome McDonald saying after 1 year having to COVID-19, I got the Moderna shots and booster shots. Totally ridiculous after getting the PCR test. I'm definitely positive COVID-19. Rapid test is not guaranteed yet. I have no fevers, no cough, and no need of oxygen, just rest. I'm at hospital and possibly will go home later to be in isolation.
I got the Moderna too.
And spent the night in the emergency room.
Oh my goodness!
Right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You're lucky to be alive. I'm very happy you're with us
Best
today.
wishes, man.
Yeah, absolutely. 6:30.
Oh, my
6:30 in the morning. Okay, so confession time. Confession time.
Here we go.
Are we? Am I? Are we?
No, I'm
Are you confessing my sins?
No,
If it's confession time, I'm out.
I feel like I need to disclose something.
Oh boy.
Okay, and especially in light of the fact that we were all together last night, I can't taste my coffee.
Oh, good.
Yeah. And I thought that was weird, so I got.
Well, I'm vaccinated 3 times.
There you go. So you're perfectly
Apparently,
safe.
I've had COVID and.
So I thought, well, that's odd because I normally make a pretty strong brew of coffee in the morning, and I can't really kind of smell it out of the thing. Well, I went to the restroom a little bit earlier at the start of the program, and usually that's one of those things that straightens your hair.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, real Joe knows.
And it smelled like Clorox.
I smelled a little bit of that.
Okay,
but it's not like it's completely gone. It's just not like in my face, right?
Yeah.
Real Joe's he's looking at me like, stay away from me. So what are you doing there?
See,
what is
let
that?
me see if you can smell that.
Okay. It should smell like eucalyptus and spearmint. It's faint. I'm not picking up a whole lot of the scent.
I'll call the doctor.
So I tested it with something else, right? So I got one of these the Hawaiian drinks that are like super sweet, super like passion orange thing. So there should have been a lot of flavor in that, right?
Yes,
not a
real
lot of
cane
flavor.
sugar. Oh man,
not a lot of flavor on the thing. And then I got some orange gum, and I put the orange gum in my mouth. I could chew the gum, but I wasn't tasting the gum.
Would you like a curiously strong mint?
I would like a curiously strong mint. Is my breath all stinky? Tina Garcia. Okay, after my long-winded answer. After my long-winded answer about running for senator, Tina Garcia said, "Okay, never mind. Sorry, I asked."
But Tina could do it.
Sorry, baby, you triggered me. It's just paperwork, and I hate it.
Here, try this and drink your coffee, and if it tastes yucky, then you don't have. Then you don't have to.
Jose Tepago, the election can't get here sooner. It's comparable to having a colonoscopy. Get the crap out. You guys are all in interesting moods here this morning. Dale is just saying yep at this point. Jose Tepago, a response from Nick Perlowski. I relate it to the prep where you have to get all the BS out. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Anybody that's had the colonoscopy does. Who else is playing around? Ken LG, when I had COVID, I couldn't taste my coffee either, was my first clue, followed by scratchy throat. Welcome to the club. Lou will be coming soon to Procto PCR you personally. Hey, how about that? Isn't that going to be fun? Anyways, I don't know. So it's all a weird sequence of event, and I've shared everything with you. I had a sore throat Saturday and Sunday, but it cleared up on Monday. But Monday and Tuesday, I came down with that weird kind of heebie-jeebie feeling in my skin. Went away over a couple of days, and as I said this morning, it was kind of unusual as I'm drinking this coffee, going, I cannot taste the coffee this morning. I'm going to try it out a little bit later on with beer and see what happens.
Yeah, a few beers. Got to make sure.
It's only 6:30. No judging. Come on, everybody. Daytime drinking. It's fun when you can. 6:33 in the morning. Montesilva's Tyron's going to take care of some news and headlines. While she does that, I'm going to see if I can get a hit off of the curiously strong mints that she always carries in her purse. Habamana, what happened?
Well, as Candid News broke, the CNMI has voted on all 6 of the allegations against Governor Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres, 6 articles of impeachment that they voted against him. It'll now go to the Senate for their vote. If he's convicted, he could face some jail time. In the meantime, the CAR score is at 228 after there were 560 new cases. That's out of 2,452 tests that were conducted the day before yesterday. The vaccination clinics continue today, as with the free testing site over at the Tees and Carnival grounds. That one, as we are told, is booked completely today and tomorrow. They are taking some drive-ups, though, but on a limited basis. The man convicted for attempting to cash bogus COVID relief checks will spend 110 days in jail, according to the Guam Daily Post. Gerard de Guzman Belga, sentenced in the Superior Court The Post reports that he's already served at least 10 months in prison. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
I'm looking it up now. The testing site today is all booked. It's sold out today, and there are a few spots tomorrow in the days. But starting at, looks like there might be a couple of slots between 2 and 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Otherwise, they are sold out for the balance of the day. So if you were thinking about maybe today going by there, tomorrow going by there, you might have to take your chances as a walk up. But we'll see if we can find some other locations on Guam where you might be able to get tested. But with the way things are going, the delay now in getting yourself tested, then the delays in finding out what the results are, it's possible you can come by with the speed with which this stuff is hitting people and going away. It's possible that, you could have the symptoms, get tested, and not find out whether you're positive and negative until after the Omicron has gone away. 6:35 in the morning, there's news, and we got all kinds of other stuff to talk about here. 888-8255 is the telephone number, 7978255 for the WhatsApp. Do me a favor, whatever it is that you're watching or listening on, there's a share button. Click on that and let everybody know that this is where you are starting your Thursday morning.
Did you know that 1 in 50 employees open a phishing email every day? Introducing Lookout, the leading mobile security solution that fully protects your company from all mobile threats. Get Lookout Mobile Security for free with any Docomo Pacific Business Unlimited mobile plan. Some conditions may apply. Learn more at business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro. 6:36 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by Cold Stone, making your New Year sweeter with Cold Stone Creamery. When you get your taste back, you're going to love their strawberry passion ice cream cake made with layers of moist red velvety cake, strawberry ice cream, and graham cracker pie crust. They wrap it all up in this fluffy strawberry frosting. Drop by the mall at the GPO location. Give them a call. You can also order online. It's coldstonecreamery.com.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Now, it is also possible, because at Carabao I had some of the tinala chutney that they had there, and they've got a couple of dipping sauces. One of them is so it's also possible.
Did somebody share your dipping sauce?
I had shared dipping sauce as well as...
He's a double dipper.
They've got all kinds of denancy in there, including the one the crab-flavored denancy that you like so much. They've got some there over at Carabao. All right, here's the traffic report. I call it right now traffic because I can see exactly what's happening on the roadways. It's a bird's eye view, and the data is showing me that there is not a whole lot happening at Anderson Air Force Base, southbound Marine Corps Drive. Everything is looking really, really good through there. Intersection traffic basically is, I think, what we're going to be looking at. Might see a little bit of traffic around the infusion over at Cost You Less up in Dadido, but getting out of there should not be a problem for you right now. So brave the streets. It does look like there's a little bit of traffic for people trying to get onto Teedson here this morning. No doubt, maybe trying to get into one of those situations. Okay, I don't have an appointment, but if I get there early enough, maybe they'll be able to take me and get that testing done. Not seeing anything on Marine Drive into the downtown Agutnia area, and it's slowing down just a little bit over at Naval Base Guam. 6:39. That's your right now traffic. This is The Point.
Hafa, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Burger King fans rejoice. The Italian original chicken sandwich is back. Made with lightly breaded white meat chicken, the sandwich is topped with a warm marinara sauce and melted mozzarella cheese, all sandwiched between an elongated sesame seed bun. Top this off with cheesy tots and a refreshing Coke Zero. Of course, like all good things, the Italian original chicken sandwich will only be available for a limited time. Please wear your mask and practice social distancing. BK Tumon Bay, Hagatia, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK, your way. I got 20 away from 7 o'clock in the morning. It's time to buy a new car. And you're going, whoa. I was at Nissan a couple of weeks ago and bought a new car. What do you want to sell me now, Ray? Buy a used car from Nissan. Maybe you got somebody in the house that is 16 years old. You don't want them driving around your new ride. Get them a used car and a great used car from your friends over at Nissan. They've got this 32-point checklist that they go over before they do anything else. If it looks like we've got to replace stuff, then they replace it. If it looks like something needs to get repaired, they do that because it's got to earn its place on the used car lot over at Nissan Guam. Then you might be going, okay, what kind of prices are we talking about? So they start with Blue Book, and then they work their way down, lower, as low as they can possibly get. Marlon Laxon's been doing this for a long, long time. He knows the ins and outs of the Kelly Blue Book and will put together a great deal for you on an incredibly diverse inventory. The perfect used car for your lifestyle and your budget is waiting for you now at NissanGuam.com.
Any speaker, anytime. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Conversation going in very unusual and somewhat erotic directions between Pam Duvall and Sarita Garin on the Facebook Live. I can't give you too many details, although the phrase pencil eraser is popping up in a couple of places online. Hello, John Ray Titano, Damon Kaufman, and I think it was Damon Kaufman who said, if I do have COVID-19, I'm probably one of the few unvaccinated people to get it, because as Real Joe and I were remarking, virtually everybody we know has got COVID-19, and virtually every single one of them is double vaccinated and boosted, and all of a sudden seem to be doing some kind of suffering from all this. Tolbat Castro is online. I see Dennis Larson saying Omicron's so bad I had it and didn't even know it. Ismail says throw some garlic, ginger, turmeric, lemons, and honey with some water in a Vitamix and make a hot tea out of it. Drink it twice a day, and you'll be fine in 2 days. And take 2 shots of Patron for good measure. Thanks very much for the advice. I appreciate that. Pretty Colleen Diego watching on the program. As I said, former Governor Gutierrez is there. Claire Carrera, Buenos Zen Hafa Day to you. Fakai Guam Guahan watching on the thing today. Joey Unpinko, Renee Benny. Richard Leon, Joe Bamba, and John Ray Titano rounding things out. Did I mention that Jay Rojas is online? Did I say that he was?
Happy birthday, man.
For you from Hawaii. You know what? Dennis Larson, I think, is still there. Dennis needs to. I think he's going to need to have some therapy time with Jay Rojas. Jay, you know what, Dennis? If you're listening, Jay will make everything better. I just got this from
he does.
Right.
He makes everything better.
He'll take it to places where they got really good leahing and all of that stuff. So this is the report from Dennis Larson. It says, hey, Ray, true story. Flew here to Hawaii last Friday for a medical procedure. Tested positive for COVID that morning with no symptoms. Such a scam. Was told now I have to wait 2 months now to try for that medical procedure again. So he's flying home next week, wasted thousands of dollars, not to mention time. Well, you know, Dennis, I'm a glasses half full kind of guy. So I want to give it to you like this. You are in Hawaii, not as paradisey as Guam, but still idyllic, right? You're with Viv, so I would turn this into what would this be? Your second, third, fourth honeymoon? Something like that. That's absolutely the way I do it. Find Jay Rojas. He'll point you in the direction of all of the most romantic spots in the state of Hawaii and the island of Oahu, and really, you know, try to turn this thing into a little bit of a, you know, something more positive than crap. I flew all this way, spent thousands of dollars because we came first class, and for a medical procedure now that I can't have for another 2 months. That is entirely the suck. You hear that kind of thing all the time. And I'm hoping that it's not Something that, you wait too much, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. 6:44 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. Couple of notices before we get into the thick of it here. Got word from GWA that there are going to be several road closures for today. Please use caution while traveling in the area and adhere to traffic safety signals and devices. Wastewater crews will be performing scheduled system maintenance. Maintenance? In the government, somebody is doing some kind of maintenance? Oh, my God. What? Are you guys new here? Did you guys fly in a manager and say, hey, we ought to start maintaining stuff around here? I've never heard of that. Maybe to teach the guys over at Parks and Rec how to do that with swimming pools. And maybe we wouldn't have so many problems. But at any rate, they're doing maintenance, and you will be able to find them maintaining in Harmon, on the Harmon Loop Road. They're going to start there at 9 o'clock this morning and then make their way towards East San Vitores, then to West San Vitores down in Tumon. And then after lunch or so, or around lunchtime, they're going to head down to Agate, Route 2 by the Bay Dollar Store, and then back up to Agana on 10th Street off West O'Brien Drive and 9th Street off West O'Brien Drive as well. And some of you might be going, 10th Street, 9th Street? We have those here on Guam. 9th Street, unless I'm mistaken, is where Sodi's is. I think that is, but it confused people because a few years ago, remember they opened that place, 9th Street Deli next to Mosa's?
Yes.
Yeah, that ain't 9th
That's
Street.
not it.
That wasn't 9th Street, but it still confused a lot of people. West O'Brien Drive in Agana, and then in Tumuning in front of Lupang Beach Towers from 3 to 3:30 in the outer northbound lane. Marine Drive, right in front of Lupang Beach Towers. Outer northbound lane.
Yeah, it's going to be a bummer, Ray.
Yeah, work around these guys if you can. Otherwise, I think there's going to be some delays in your afternoon commute. 6:46 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. As I say, is the telephone number. You got a bunch of people hanging out online, including Anna Marie, Chung Lee, Sabine Chargaloff. There's Joanne, Aldon Cepeda, and MJ Bora hanging out in the program. Hey, Ken Augustin, nice to see you there. All right, so on the table of contents this morning, as I look over, there is actual news here today. Try not to be freaked out about the number of positive test numbers. They're climbing now to dizzying heights, 516. I remember when I got the JIC thing last night, wondering how I was going to joke about it on the online thing. 516 cases in just one day. Although we're not seeing a whole lot of people checking into to the hospitals with very, very harsh symptoms. That is the benchmark, if you will, of this Omicron virus as it is making its way through the community. There's an interesting story in which one of the newspapers? I think it's a PDN. Where they're talking about, on page 12, finally a good story from these guys. Associated Press writing, Omicron may drop rapidly in the U.S. and the UK. We all saw what happened in South Africa, where they noted that there's a rapid spread of this Omicron out there, and a bunch of people get sick. The symptoms are rather light, and then they fall away. The numbers will drop again drastically. Scientists are seeing signals now that COVID-19's alarming Omicron wave may have peaked in Britain and is about to do the same in the U.S., at which point cases may start dropping off dramatically. So that's the thing that we're going to be looking for here on Guam as we watch these numbers, as I said, at dizzying heights, 516 positive test results in just one day. CAR score. Now, this is the part that if this was a real metric, I'll put it that way, right? If this was a real metric that everybody understood and everybody could keep track of, with basic mathematical skills, this would be meaningful. But since it's not a very useful and user-friendly metric, and very few people outside of the guys over at the Department of Public Health really understand it. And the ones that do say it's kind of meaningless, so don't bother. But here's the number that you should not be concerned about is now up at 228.4. And they say our safe threshold is supposed to be at 2.5 or something like that. Look, if this is as tough as the symptoms are going to be, then I'm fine with it. I think one of the other points that the interviewee, the subject in the article that I referenced a second ago, said the interesting thing here is the way it is spread now. It is infecting the people that everybody that it can infect is going to get infected. That's going to be the nature of the Omicron. So if you haven't had it yet, brace yourself. You're probably going to get it. But if the worst thing is you can't taste my coffee, I think you're going to be all right. Might as well just make yourself some hot water. 888-8255 is the telephone number, and on that line right now is who's that? Real
Oh,
Joe?
it's Kellis.
Oh,
yeah,
it's my bro.
Blessed.
It's my favorite electrician. Kel, how you doing?
I am blessed. How are you today?
I can't taste my coffee.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
I don't know if this is as bad as it's going to get. Then I suppose it's a good thing.
Oh. No, I'm saying if you have really bad coffee, that might be a good thing.
You know, I buy my coffee from over at the Payless place, and I buy it based on price. So, it's not always, it might be Folgers or something like that. I'm not sure. It's the one that comes in the red plastic thing that I can't figure out how to get rid of.
So I have two questions. Of the 500 plus, how many people are vaccinated? And the other question that it just hit me when I was thinking about it, was it the other day we had two people that were died of COVID that they converted it and say they did not die of COVID, right?
Correct.
At least two.
I believe.
So my question is, I think when they had passed back then, the governor was giving people $10,000 or whatever it was. Did they have to give the money back?
We were pondering the same thing, and out of a lack of ambition, I forgot to send a note to Crystal Paco to find out. But I'll see what I can drum up this morning. That is an interesting question when they do make these conversions and saying, "Oops, it's not COVID-19." Then, if any money was handed out to them, do they have to repay that money? You would think that they would, although I believe that money is all federal dollars.
Well, but the other question that I was going to ask then, has anyone sued? Because, like if you're a family member recently died, you don't get that money.
Why not? Did they suspend the program?
They ran out of funds back in December or whatever it was. They ran out of funds. They stopped paying.
Oh, news to me. I had not heard that. But if you can't get it from the governor, I think there's a $9,000 bounty on the federal side.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one of the guys in the stateside talk radio show was talking about how it's 9,000 in the mainland and 10,000 here. I'm presuming that number, the dollars that the governor was handing out, came from that same federal pot.
My signal is saying I'm about to lose you.
All right,
so
well,
let me just hang up.
That's okay. I'll talk to you pretty soon. I'll get an answer on that. But it is an interesting question. We've been unable to get a hold of Janella over the last couple of days. My understanding is that she's under the weather. I hope it is not COVID, but wouldn't that be interesting if it was, where you've got the spokesperson for the Department of Public Health and Social Services? No doubt, I think she's definitely vaccinated and probably boosted, so it's interesting to see what she's come down with. But we'll see what we can work out, because there are a number of questions that we're sitting on these days. Isolation time questions, and they've made that change over at Public Health to follow along a little bit more closely with what the CDC is recommending. Delays in results, the PEBTs that may be coming out for the kids again. So we'll wrap all of those kinds of questions up before too much longer. So that's the top story, as you might imagine, is the general freaking out of the number of positive test numbers that we've got and the reactions to all of that. Of course, the other big story is Governor Chito has been impeached. That is all over the news and was all over Candid yesterday. And we'll get follow-up on what is going to happen next from Cousin Troy before too much longer. But it is kind of interesting. And it was one of those deals in my head where they'd done all of that in plain sight. Normally when you think about corruption and the like, you generally imagine, guys in smoky cigar-filled rooms and, drinking out of the bottle and, just hey, you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back. Hey, listen, I need this deal here. Can you do this? And then I will come and give you a bag of money or something. You imagine it's like that. But in this case, it was not. Living a very, very lavish lifestyle and turning in receipts and getting reimbursements and doing all of these things like he wasn't really even trying to hide it. Now, on Guam, we've got a phrase that is used from time to time: hide in plain sight. And it makes it, I suppose, harder for people to be critical. And that one there was just unbelievably obvious. He continues to deny it, and there are some voices in the CNMI that are calling for him to resign, fall on the sword, and take the hero's way out, as opposed to taking this all the way through and seeing what the limits of the judicial system are capable of up there. And then we've got this story. Yesterday, Mana was looking at the paperwork over at the Guam Election Commission, and we were somewhat interested to see that Telena Nelson has picked up a couple of packets there. She's got a packet now for a seat in the 37th Guam legislature, but she also has a packet for Washington delegate. And you're going, well, that's interesting.
You go, girl.
Yeah, right. Do you think that she can beat Mike Nicholas? But it's possible, and I think this is
very possible. Nobody ever thought that Mike Nicholas would beat Madeline Berdalio, and he did.
This is true. He also didn't he beat Uncle Robert in a series of elections that took place not that long ago. I mean, a very, very strong contender in that position. I think a strong contender for whatever he would run for. But is he beatable? Could Telena beat him? In my head, she's picked out 2 packets, and not a whole lot has been said about this. I haven't heard anything from her or her office or people that are connected to her. But I think the theory is when the shoe drops, when Mike Nicholas finally decides what he's going to do, and as an example, if he decides, it's political gossip and pure conjecture, but if he decides that he is going to run for Congress, she's going to say, okay, never mind, and turn in the senatorial packet. If he says, I'm going to run for governor, she says, okay, I can beat Jim Moylan in a race for Congress, so then she will turn in the congressional packet. You follow what I'm saying? I think that's the strategy, and I'm wondering if she's alone in that strategy. Is it possible that there might be others over at the legislature going, defilade, there's an opportunity for me to have the word congressman in front of my name, and it might be easier to do it that way as opposed to running against Mike Nicholas for the position, especially if he's going to be running for governor of Guam. So watch and wait and see. The linchpin in all of this is Congressman Mike Nicholas. What does he intend to do? He's been telegraphing, but without a whole lot of conviction. He's been telegraphing the idea that he's unhappy with the state of the island of Guam and the state of the governance here on Guam, and would like to do better. He's been very, very critical about the way that Lulian Guerrero has been spending the federal money or not spending the federal money, as the case may be. So watch and see, and then watch out for copycat moves. Telena might just be among the first to be doing it that way. Have you been to the elections website yet this morning?
You know, I tried, but it wasn't. It was asking me for some permission, and it looked creepy to me, so I just
kind of sketch.
Yeah, it was asking me if I was a robot and click on such and such, and
oh my God! Did you have to find the bicycles in the picture?
No, see, it's going to
have to buy how many stoplights are in the picture?
It's going to this.
Checking your browser.
Yeah. But we are robots.
Yes, we absolutely are.
I'm out of here.
6:57 and change. Right. All right, we'll talk about that. Governor asking for help with labor. Now, this is an interesting page 2 story on Guam Daily Post. Governor joins a call for Biden to authorize more foreign workers, and apparently there's a whole letter that she had signed off on that says, we want to be clear that we make this request even as we do all within our power to create an economic environment conducive to economic growth. The rest of the letter reads, we are investing in programs to reskill our workforces for jobs currently in demand. We're considering various changes to our tax codes that might make work more attractive, and we're supporting impacted businesses, and we're doing everything else possible to reduce barriers to workforce participation. And naturally, my eyes went immediately to wait a second, considering various changes to our tax code? I'm not the only guy. Phil Leon Guerrero, who was a pretty sharp guy over at the Guam Daily Post, asked Crystal Paco, what do you mean we're considering our tax codes? Now, you know, there's new leadership over at the Chamber of Commerce, and Ed Ontalan might be super, super excited to hear about this, and maybe an opportunity to, bring in more business opportunities to Guam with the, more attractive tax codes. But apparently that's not Lou's contribution to the letter. Crystal Paco San Agustin says the joint letter doesn't necessarily reflect Leon Guerrero's position on taxes. Quote, it was a collective letter The issue is not specific to Guam, and in response to questions on what the changes to the tax codes the governor was considering. Because among some of the other changes to the tax code that the governor might consider, how about a reduction of the increase in the business privilege tax? How about a elimination of the increase in the liquid fuels tax? Make things a little bit easier for businesses and people that need to do driving around on Guam's roads. So much more to talk about, plus whatever you think is going to be interesting. Send me the notes and on the Facebook Live and the YouTube Live, 7978255 for the meme machine. In the meantime, 7 o'clock in the morning, or really, really close to it. What do we got coming up? Fox News Live is next. On the other side of that, Montesilva Tyrant with a look at all of the big news and headlines we've got here on Guam, and Jerry Roberts, the pre-recorded Jerry Roberts, and today's Extra Point. In the meantime, stand by now. KUSG Hagutnya 93.3. This is The Point.
Nursing homes are getting slammed. On Lisa Brady, Fox News. The Omicron surge leading to a record number of COVID cases among nursing home staff and the second highest number of deaths since the pandemic began. But new CDC data finds deaths among nursing home residents are 10 times lower than a year ago, despite near record cases. Vaccinations getting credit for that. The nation's largest nursing home organization says long-term care facilities are short more than 200,000 staffers, 15% of the workforce. This as the White House keeps fighting COVID on multiple fronts.
While COVID case counts reach new highs, often topping 1 million daily, CDC Director Rochelle Walensky says a new large study by Kaiser in Southern California shows illnesses, hospitalizations, and deaths are far fewer among those with the Omicron variant.
No patients with Omicron required mechanical ventilation. Additionally, this study found that those infected with Omicron who were hospitalized had a shorter duration of hospital stay compared to those with Delta.
The White House COVID response team coordinator said they're now sending 5 million rapid and 5 million PCR tests out to schools each month in an effort to keep them open, and that they've ordered more doses of therapeutic drugs. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
The pandemic's taken a heavy toll on blood donations, with the American Red Cross declaring its first ever national blood crisis. Fox's Alexis McAdams.
Doctors tell us the shortage is threatening patient care, forcing people to cancel surgeries and even alter treatments. This is having the greatest impact on oncology and transplant departments, also trauma centers.
Some donation centers reporting less than a one-day supply of blood. The Red Cross now partnering with the NFL, giving anyone who donates blood this month a chance to win Super Bowl tickets. The House committee probing the Capitol riot is now asking House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy to sit for a voluntary interview about President Trump's actions on the day of the breach. America is listening to Fox News.
The Eat Fresh Refresh goes on at Subway. You've tried the Cali Fresh steak. Now you can enjoy the Cali Fresh turkey. One of only 2 Cali Fresh subs. The Cali Fresh turkey is packed with deli-thin, oven-roasted turkey piled high on a bed of hickory smoked bacon, smashed avocado, and fresh mozzarella. Crafted for premium freshness, the Cali Fresh turkey is made on freshly baked, hearty, multi-grain bread with your choice of fresh veggies, hand-sliced daily in restaurants. Treat yourself to a Cali Fresh turkey today. Subway. Eat fresh.
Happy day. This is Claire Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Shopping remains a challenge in many areas, with the latest COVID surge not helping the supply chain.
There are noticeable shortages of supplies at grocery, pharmacy, and other stores, now considered a widespread problem nationwide, impacting produce, meat, and other packaged goods. With bare shelves for this shopper in D.C.
So, it's going to get rough if we keep on continuing like that.
Another shopper comparing store shelves to a Soviet store during 1981, with noticeably higher prices for goods that are in stock. The Biden administration touted progress last month in supply chain issues. Bare shelves at stores being attributed to COVID, trucker and staffing shortages, and in some cases due to weather.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. Inflation hitting a 40-year high, up 7% in December compared to a year ago. The president says there's progress on slowing the increase, but acknowledges family budgets are getting squeezed. The Federal Reserve says the economy was growing at a modest pace at the end of last year, but was still being held back by ongoing supply chain disruptions and labor shortages in its latest survey of business conditions around the country. A local Republican leader in Michigan gets schooled by a judge.
The leader of the Genesee County, Michigan Republican Party is sentenced to write an essay about bullying, accused of threatening to poison a Democrat's dogs in a late-night phone call 2 years ago. Matthew Smith's friend was running against Jennifer Kelly, the elected clerk of Houghton County. She tells the judge she was afraid to go outside, attend functions, or walk the dogs. Smith, 24 years old and also a school board member, denies the dog threats, but apologizes for making the phone call and pleaded guilty in November to malicious use of a phone. The judge tells him it's time to grow up and be a man. Besides the essay, Smith is also sentenced to 240 hours community service and $650 restitution. Chris Foster, Fox News.
Stocks finished higher. The Dow up 38 points at the close after fluctuating during the session. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Guam Auto Spot, we're starting 2022 with a bang during our New Year, New Ride sales event. Right now, you can get the all-new Buick Encore as low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down. Or the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander as low as $201 per paycheck, 0 down. Get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com or schedule a test drive today at 478-AUTO.
Do you or a loved one have loss of use of a hand or hands from an injury, stroke, birth defect, or pain? Then reach out to a specialist in upper extremity and hand surgery care by contacting Dr. Jerome Landstrom, board-certified reconstructive hand surgeon and microsurgeon. 671-646-HAND or visit his website at www.pacifichandsurgery.com.
Off the day, it's 7:06. I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. There were 560 new cases of COVID-19 out of 2,452 people who were tested on January 11th. 116 of the cases were identified through contact tracing. What's interesting, though, is a new delineation between civilian and military positive cases in the JIC report. The report, for the first time, listing 350 civilian cases reported out of 1,952 tests performed. 166 cases from 529 tests performed reported through the Department of Defense. Our new total island-wide is 22,056, and the CAR score, if you're following, is at 228.4. Meanwhile, CNMI Governor Ralph Torres is making history as being now the second CNMI governor to be impeached. Torres faces an impeachment trial at the 9-member CNMI Senate. In that, senators will either vote to acquit or convict impeached Governor Torres. Candid News breaking this story. The CNMI House of Representatives yesterday, in a bipartisan vote of 15, voted to impeach Governor Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres on all 6 articles of impeachment filed against him. Those include felony, neglect, duty, and corruption, including living a lavish lifestyle on taxpayers' money amid Super Typhoon U2 and the COVID-19 pandemic. In a statement that was put out from Nola Hicks, who's the chairwoman of the NMI Democratic Party, she says this is the first step in eradicating corruption, abuse, and years of mistrust in the people's government that will take years to restore. Hicks says that the people deserve justice and closure, and the impeachment votes are a step toward that direction. Torres maintains his innocence and says the allegations are politically motivated. He also says he refuses to resign. We'll have more news right after this.
Burger King fans rejoice. The Italian original chicken sandwich is back. Made with lightly breaded white meat chicken. The sandwich is topped with a warm marinara sauce and melted mozzarella cheese, all sandwiched between an elongated sesame seed bun. Top this off with cheesy touch and a refreshing Coke Zero. Of course, like all good things, the Italian original chicken sandwich will only be available for a limited time. Please wear your mask and practice social distancing. BK Tumon Bay, Haggatya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK, your way.
The Guam Waterworks Authority is announcing that there's going to be some road closures this morning throughout the day as they perform some scheduled system maintenance. Exercise caution if you are traveling along the road, in particular Harmon Loop Road, San Vitores Road, in Agate, in and around Agana and East Agana, all the way to Tamuning. And the man convicted for attempting to cash a bogus COVID relief check will spend 110 days in jail. Gerard Belga, sentenced in the Superior Court yesterday. The Guam Daily Post reports that he's already served at least 10 months in prison. Also from the Post, a man who stands accused of sexually molesting a 10-year-old girl known to him has denied allegations against him. 47-year-old Gilberto Custerbeck pleaded not guilty to first-degree criminal sexual conduct and 2 counts of second-degree criminal sexual conduct as first-degree felonies. A superseding indictment was filed in court on January 4th. Custerbeck is scheduled to be back in court on February 24th. And a Superior Court judge, Vern Perez, he's recused himself from hearing the case against former Court Marshal Joey Terlahi. Terlahi is also the former DOC deputy director who stepped down. Judge Perez disclosing that he has a close relationship with Terlahi and his family. The case will now be assigned to another judge. As you might know, Terlahi has pleaded not guilty to felonious restraint as a third-degree felony and 2 counts of official misconduct as misdemeanors. It's alleged that he participated in holding a woman down while she was assaulted by the former Jotnya Mayor Jesse Blas. The woman also reported being held captive in a home for 3 days. Terlahi is out on bail. He's posted a $5,000 personal recognizance bond. And the governor made a plea to the federal government to allow more foreign workers to come to Guam as the island faces a critical shortage in skilled workers. The governor seeking to increase the number of temporary foreign workers coming to the U.S. under a variety of exchange or worker visas. The governor joining other U.S. governors. She says that a lack of skilled workers in the construction industry has been cited as a cause for delays and the cost increases. Guam is also reliant on some H-2B workers for the military construction projects. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
I've got a thought on that here at 7-11 in the morning. The governor is asking for, getting more labor out here on Guam. And I was remembering the numbers that Mayor Hoffman was talking about last week in a story about how many people, the number of people that are on welfare in the various villages when they were trying to figure out how they were going to spend all of that money or what the division was going to be. And it just kind of occurs to me that it's possible we've got people here that can fill those labor shortages. They're just on welfare right now, and maybe if we told them that they needed to say look for a job if they wanted to stay on welfare, maybe we'd be able to get more people from under welfare and into these openings that so many companies have got.
The shortage I think she's referring to is the skilled labor workforce, but I mean that goes back to the Department of Labor.
How hard is it? I mean, we're
they set up a bunch of training
jobs,
programs that for these positions.
Not impossible. Yeah, they had to do that to get people, encouraged to get out from under the unemployment assistance program.
Yeah.
But here we're talking about. I'm just wondering of all of the people, and there's thousands and thousands of them. How many are able-bodied and possibly skilled, but sitting back and waiting for the government to put money into a card. I think it's worth asking before we start, sucking up to along with the other states. I think there are people here that can do this work. They just, for whatever reason, aren't inspired to do it. So I'm thinking maybe we'll work on that here. 7:12 in the morning. Great day to get your card filled. Mostly sunny. Daytime highs near 87 degrees. This might be one of those days where you question yourself whether you want to go to work or not. You just go, I want to do that. What Ray says is have somebody put money in my card and I'll just sit at the beach all day and bum money for friends. So I always have cigarettes and beer. With highs near 87 today. With a heat index, it'll feel like 90. East wind 6 to 9 miles an hour. Tonight, there's isolated showers, partly cloudy skies, and overnight lows of about 76 cool degrees with that nice 5 to 8 mile an hour breeze moving through. Tomorrow, same thing. Isolated showers are in the forecast, but otherwise mostly sunny skies. Daytime highs near 87 degrees. degrees. Hope it holds for the weekend. Sunrise this morning was at 6:47. Jeff from over at Pirates Cove stuck his head from out from under the covers and took some really, really awesome pictures of a gorgeous sunrise there this morning on the eastern side of the island. Thank you so much. There's some inspiring stuff as well. You still have openings at your place, don't you, Jeff? Don't you have some slots open in the kitchen and on the floor? You know what? That's got to be a swell job, right? I mean,
of course, yeah.
Hanging out with the and they have bar. They got bar there. Every once in a while, people say, Ray, you should open your own bar. I said, no, I can't, because I would drink my own profits. Ain't going to happen. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:11 as usual. Hashtag tell the others. 7:14. There's news and weather together. This is The Point.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified. Serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
People get all crazy when they hear about a business that closes down. I want you to get all crazy when you hear about a business that is opening. Celebrate Subway Mangilau's grand opening. It's a buy one, get one free deal, according to the flyer that's up on the screen. It's going to take place tomorrow all day with the purchase of a 20-ounce refreshing Coca-Cola fountain drink. At Subway, you can eat fresh in Mangilau.
The Ray Gibson Show, bringing you closer to the action. This is The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
Can I ask a question out loud? I'm going to anyway, but I'd like to hear a chorus of people saying, yes, Ray, we'd like to hear your interesting question. Go ahead, Joe.
Of course, Ray. I'd love to hear your interesting question.
Mana?
What?
Yeah, Mana.
Just tunes me out. Isn't that amazing? Okay, all right. Here's the interesting question. So this guy, Gerard de Guzman Belga, is going to serve 110 days in the Department of Corrections, actual prison, after being convicted of attempting to cash bogus COVID-19 relief checks. Here's the question that I have. Why are we sending white-collar guys to the Department of Corrections? We're not sending drug dealers to the Department of Corrections. We're letting these thugs, they get busted for beating up their girlfriends and breaking into cars. These guys, they go in front of a judge and they whimper a little bit, and then they're released and back out to commit more crimes. I can't. At least once a week in the magistrate reports, there is a story, a magistrate report about somebody that is getting busted, and part of the charges also include committing a crime while out on a felony release. Why are we sending a white-collar guy to the Department of Corrections when we aren't even bothering to send actual drug dealers, thugs, assault and battery guys to prison likewise? What is going on here? Why Judge Lamarena isn't there another way to correct this guy? He's already done at least 10 months in prison already. Yeah, that's longer than most.
So now I think whatever's remaining, he's going to just do weekends.
There's the other great deterrent. So don't try to steal a check on Guam, or you're going to jail. But if you want to sell drugs, go ahead all day long and just figure out the mathematics here and why we've got such a problem with crime. 888-825-5888-TALK. My cousin Troy's on the line, waking up early to get in a little bit of Candid news before 6 o'clock when Mana does the news here. Good morning. Buenas and half a day, half a Candid.
Good morning, my favorite is the most beautifulest cousin in the whole wide world, and Cousin Ray and Rojo.
Good morning, my most favorite, beautifulest cousin in the whole wide world.
Can you tell how excited he is? Yes, outstanding work.
Outstanding.
Thanks. We appreciate it. It's coverage that we began in November of 2019. Just, I think we were bored one day and noticed that there was a raid in Saipan, and we thought there's got to be something interesting here, and we ran with it, and. And thanks in large part to the sources we developed there since November of 2019. Because, we don't have we now have a little bit of a local presence there. We haven't gone there to set up shop yet like we want to, but we don't have the resources on Saipan, Tinian, and Rhoda to get the information, with our two hands and with our eyes. And so we have to rely on sources who have turned out to be wonderful.
Well, and that's an issue that all media are facing these days is lack of sources on the ground in certain places. But the other part is it's possible that some of the sources that were there were already kind of in the bag for the governor anyway. I mean, the same way that I make jokes and refer to state-run media here on Guam, they've got state-run media there as well. So it's important to find independent sources.
Well, I think, and I'm hoping that things have improved. And I think things have improved with their media over there. And they seem to be more on top of holding Governor Torres accountable. I mean, it's just such an obvious thing what the governor has done to his own people. And the House of Representatives, they validated that yesterday. All 6 counts of the indictment. I'm sorry, the impeachment. I keep calling it an indictment because it's just same as a political indictment, right? Here's the evidence. The grand jury says, here's the evidence, and the grand jury's the House, and then it gets sent over to the Senate for a trial. It's a similar process, and now their Chief Justice will preside over this trial. The House will appoint its managers, or what we would normally call prosecutors.
Mm-hmm.
The governor will have an opportunity to defend himself again, and then they'll vote on each of the 6 charges and articles of impeachment, and if he's convicted by a vote of 6 senators on just one of those charges, he'll be removed from office automatically.
There's an interesting timing deal that I've tried to observe here with the CNMI. We talked about this briefly, and is that now that all of this is happening, his own lieutenant governor now running with a fellow named Apatang that I don't know that I know have decided that they're going to be putting their hat in the ring and made their official announcement of candidacy now just in front of Ralph Torres's impeachment now and the signals that we're receiving from the House on these numbers, on all of these different accusations that they are making, and some heady accusations at that. Although there's still, the thinking, I think, from some of his supporters, Ralph's supporters, that come on, that's not really corruption. You guys have misinterpreted all of this. This is small potatoes that you guys are dealing with. But and I suppose the size of the crime, it's just that it happened, and the nature of it happening while these guys were suffering from U2 and also suffering from COVID-19 and their island's reaction to all of that. So I think all of that turns into some interesting stuff. What are the other shoes to drop? I mean, there are going to be some that will try, I suppose, to make some political hay of this. We've got, like I said, his own lieutenant governor now running for governor position. Are there others in the House that will be using this now to try to sweeten up their gigs? Anybody making political hay out of this?
I think the next shoe to drop, if it's not federal indictments, will be what Senate President Jude Hofstadter does. So he's in an interesting position. He's a Republican. He's from Tinian. He, in the line of succession, if Ralph Torres is removed or resigns, he becomes the lieutenant governor. And so he has an opportunity to help to direct the spending of hundreds of millions of dollars in ARPA funding.
Which he doesn't have now.
That he doesn't have now. And can that go to Tinian? And so it will be interesting to see if Jude Hofstadter trades his political stripes in favor of, what would be best for the people of his island.
I don't know that anybody from Tinian has ever soared to such dizzying heights up there.
Well, actually, Jude Hofstadter did. He was the Senate president back when Governor Fitial resigned from office, and Lieutenant Governor Enos.
Oh, so he's kind of already sat in that chair already.
He knows what it's like. Yes.
Dude, you're schooling all of us on the political history of the CNMI.
Yeah. Well, and so there's a big question on what will Jude Hofstadter do, because that's a vote closer to removal from office, and really he doesn't have to vote on any of those articles but one. if he is the sixth vote, let's say, and he gives his vote on the sixth vote on just one of those articles of impeachment, Rob Torres is removed from office automatically. Jude Hofschneider becomes the lieutenant governor.
Huh. Okay. Very, very interesting, the state of affairs there, and there's some interesting political gossip in the CNMI that we're talking about. Interesting political gossip around here with the news that Mana reported yesterday that Senator Tilena Nelson has picked up 2 packets, one for the legislature and one for Congress. What do you think is happening there?
Well, maybe she went to Ireland and she enjoyed it there so much and she thought Congress was there. I don't know. But I think I'm still a little upset that she's never responded to any of our inquiries about her junket to Ireland. And then it just begs the question, well, what have you done then? If you're able to take a junket, a multi-$1,000 junket to Ireland, let's just ask, what have you done in the legislature so that at least we feel a little better that she spent taxpayer dollars on something like that.
Right. But justify your existence in the legislature, justify asking for a new job either in the legislature or Congress. What have you done to merit that kind of attention? Well, my political conjecture is this. Everybody is waiting for word from Mike Sinnicolas, a decision from Mike Sinnicolas, now 226 days away from the primary election. Everybody wondering what Mike is going to do. Now, if Mike decides that he is going to run for governor, run against Lou as a Democrat for governor, then that frees up the seat in Congress, and I think it would be interesting to see a battle between Tilena and say Jimmy Craig Moylan and anybody else now that might be thinking, hey, Congressman might be a great sound for me. I like the idea of a business card with the name Congressman in front of it. So I think there would be an interesting opening there. But the other part is if Mike Sinnicolas says, no, I'm going to stay in Congress, then Tilena and any other copycats will just go, it's okay. Then I'll turn in my packet for the legislature.
You know what else I'm wondering is who the Republican candidate for governor will be, if there even will be one. I mean, that's a dynamic as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, and as much as, I claim conservative stripes and Republican stripes, I mean, I honestly don't know who they've got that's got the political capital in 2022 to run and beat Lulian Guerrero. And say what you want to about her administration, it would be very, very easy for her to win a whole lot of votes by hiring more people with all of these American Rescue Plan money back into the government of Guam and grow the government and the voter base that she would have access to, and all of the people that would support her if their businesses and their properties were favored in some of this non-competitive procurement that we're doing.
Here's something interesting, actually. Dr. Clarette Ruane, she did a study on the economy in 2021, and among the snippets of information was a look at the current employment reports between the start of the Leon Guerrero administration and June of 2021, which at the time was the latest report. And so things could have changed since then, but it was showing that the government of Guam had, at least the agencies under the governor's control, had fewer employees. So I don't know that there's been a hiring spree. Then again, that could have been like a lot of police officers who retired or resigned, positions like that. And so is a bunch of hiring happening in the Leon Guerrero administration that's political hiring? I don't know. That's actually an interesting question.
We'll watch and see how it goes. The point being, and I mentioned this with Ken Leon Guerrero just yesterday, is you take a look at the Department of Public Health and Social Services, and they have stood up now a whole new division using somewhere just south of $100 million to get that done, and arguably much of that is going to be going into personnel to stand up this new division.
Oh, well, then there you go. So then I mean, if that is the case, then there is hiring.
That's what my suspicion of the delay. Why we're not spending money fast enough is they're trying to figure out ways that they can add more jobs to the payroll of the government of Guam. I don't know that there are any services. There sure are some services that are lacking out there, but you don't solve those by just throwing money at it. We got to throw some personnel at it too. 7:28 in the morning. Really interesting stuff, and I know that you don't generally pay a lot of attention to COVID-19 stories, but even this you can't ignore. 516 cases over one day. The Cabrera score, my cousin, is up to 228.
Yeah, but I mean, for us, really, when we start paying attention is when the hospital is overwhelmed. So from what I understand and from what I saw, the hospital is not being overwhelmed, so we don't care.
Yep. Okay. Well, I think that's the way a lot of people are seeing it. Plus, that and a growing number of people on either side of the political spectrum that are just tired of all of the different messages that they've been getting and literally tuned them out. 7:28 in the morning. Before we get tuned out, I'm going to let you go. You have a fantastic rest of the day. We'll see what happens up in the NMI and what the next steps are going to be as now this case moves. The trial will move to the Senate.
We're going to try to interview gubernatorial candidate Tina Sablan and her opponent, gubernatorial candidate Arnold Palacios, to see what they're thinking in terms of political strategy these days since the impeachment of the governor.
Well, I mean, they ought to be, at least in Tina's case, she ought to be able to come away from this being, the Joan of Arc, if you will, of the CNMI. Look what we were able to do, and imagine, how much more righteous the government of the CNMI is going to be after an actual impeachment, number one, and the possible, the termination of the gubernatorial seat.
Yeah. Let's see if the Senate terminates the governor.
If it happens, like I said, the political Joan of Arc, 7:29 in the morning. Tell her I said hello.
All right, we'll do.
Yep, real Joe on the other side. I don't know if you can hear it through the glass going, "Ow, hubba hubba." Come on, as a senator, we're talking about potential governor of the CNMI. We don't hubba hubba our governors. I don't think Chamorros do that, real Joe.
She's single, Ray.
I think she's listening, actually.
Hey, good morning, future governor.
Hey, Gov. Looking for a chief of staff? 7:30 in the morning. If nominated, I will not run. If elected, I will not serve. Cuz, I'll see you later, bud.
You guys have a good morning.
You know we will. 888-825-5888-TAOK. There's candidate news, and Cousin Troy again broke the story. It was a long time ago, and I used to get kind of upset, right? Because you sit there and you get the alert, hey, Cousin Troy's online, candidate news is live, and then he starts talking about the CNMI. I'm like, oh man, I don't care about that. Come on, hit me up with some local political gossip. That's what I'm tuned in for. Tell me who over at the police department are you going to be banging on today? That's what I want to know about.
But I was wrong. I actually thought it was a year, but it goes all the way back to
2019.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
that's even pre-pandemic.
There are all of these missteps that have been taken since then, and you watch it all unfold on these candid news stories, and the allegations. You take a look at them; they are kind of serious when you stop and think about it.
The question that I have is, where are the feds in all of this? Because it was the federal government that initiated that raid that was first reported on,
and then nothing happened.
Yeah,
plenty of nothing.
So I mean,
I got friends, but they know I'm on the radio, so when the topic comes up, they kind of hush up.
because they know you can't keep your mouth shut.
I can absolutely keep my mouth shut. I can totally keep a secret. I don't know what you're talking about. 7:31 in the morning. We haven't taken a look at the market. We got to get around to doing that. Haven't done the Jerry Roberts thing, but we can't do one without taking care of news and headlines. Montecillo Tyrant is going to do all of that. Brought to you by Ken and Karen over at Top End Pest Control for all of your varmint killing needs. At the house, I got a cat, but even at my place, there's some things that the cat turns its nose up at, for which I need to make a telephone call. 487-5657 if you need to get that done over at your place. 7:30 News also brought to you by Auntie Loli from Hoffa Day Realty. Auntie Lolita Camet for all of your real estate needs. She's hooked up with a bunch of real estate pros over at Hoffa Day, and they can make your real estate dreams come true. Starts with dialing her phone, and she's good at returning calls in case she's already on with somebody. 688-6743. 7:30 News finally brought to you by Burger King with their Italian original chicken sandwich, available for a limited time only. Thank you. I've had 2 of them, and we'll try to get some more before they go to something else. It's 7:32. Hoffa, Mana, what happened?
Well, CNMI Governor Ralph Torres has become now the second CNMI governor to ever be impeached. Candid News broke the story yesterday after the CNMI House of Representatives, in a bipartisan vote of 15, voted to impeach Governor Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres on all 6 articles of impeachment filed against him. It'll now be up to the Senate to determine if they are going to acquit or convict the impeached governor. Candid News does report if Torres is convicted on even one of those articles, he will automatically be removed from office. Meanwhile, GWA is doing some work on some lines throughout the island, so they are advising motorists to be cautious. They have a number of road closures marked for today in Harmon Loop, San Vitores Road, and Tumon Agate, in and around Agana and East Agana, all the way up to Tamuning. So if you are on the road this morning and this afternoon. Keep an eye out for those road closures. And the JIC this morning has 560 new cases of COVID-19 out of 2,452 people who were tested the day before yesterday. The CAR score, for those of you who do follow this number, is 228.4. Those are your headlines right here on The Point.
I don't know. You know what? We've got the what do you call it? The Groundhog Day effect in effect since COVID-19 started. And the question I have, and I thought I was doing a good job paying attention, but I finally got bored with it after the first year of tracking all of the information that came out of these JIC reports. So the question that I have is this 228? Is it a record? Do we know?
Well, it's record. That seems it's a record breaking
for the year. It's the 2022's highest numbers. The highest CAR score in the world is on Guam at 228. So I don't know.
I have never known how they calculate this number.
I can. It's another one of the questions to ask.
I haven't thought to dismiss it, but there are people who follow it. I don't know.
I've got a list of questions for Crystal. I'd actually sent that to Janella, and she said that's a Crystal thing. So,
and the other question that when you do talk to her, there are still people over at the Bayview that I've noticed. So I'm just wondering, are they still using that facility?
I think only as an isolation facility,
but not a quarantine.
So no more quarantine, but the isolation facilities are still being used because there are people that might be okay. So I live alone, right? But if I lived in a family and we were unable for me to completely isolate from somebody in the house that might need isolation from me with
or if
my.
You just want to get away from your family.
With my yes, or that, or just want to go stay in a hotel for a couple of days. That's what they've got that set up for. It's 7:34 in the morning. Montecillo Tyron with the news, but we now go to Jerry Roberts for today's Extra Point. It's brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank.
Self-aware leaders are better leaders. How self-aware are you? Today, let's talk about what we really know about ourselves. Next, on the Extra Point.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
We buy a homeowner's policy and never give it another thought until something happens. Life brings changes, and our coverage needs can change. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
I came across an article in a British architectural magazine the other day that caught my attention. I don't dig into the world of architecture very often, but this particular piece pulled me in. The idea that self-awareness is incredibly important in the development of every manager. It's the idea that you should know you far better than I know you. Therefore, you knowing you, if you do know you, might be of value when it comes to helping you improve your management skills. Otherwise, it's a bit of a guessing game, wouldn't you say? Before we go further, maybe we should distinguish between management and leadership. Using the definition provided by Harvard Business Review, management consists of controlling a group or a set of entities to accomplish a goal. Leadership refers to an individual's ability to influence, motivate, and enable others to contribute towards organizational success. In general, people who start a business will have the role of managing it. Later, if the company grows and the employee roster expands, leadership will hopefully come into play. In any case, both the manager and the leader need to know themselves well in order to be effective. One of the writer's key points was that most of us are far too busy to get to know ourselves, yet we should know. Doing so can be an uncomfortable and challenging process. Before one concentrates on managerial functions such as delegating, planning, problem-solving, and decision-making, they might do well to ask themselves how good they are at listening, empathizing, creativity, strategic thinking, and time optimization, among other things. Now, wait a second, Jerry, you say. Do you mean to tell me I have to be really good at all that in order to be a decent manager? No. But in keeping with the theme of this extra point, I think you need to be aware of just how good you are at the qualities needed to manage effectively. I know what I'm good at and what I shouldn't mess with. The stuff I shouldn't do, I don't do, unless absolutely necessary. If I'm in a group setting and one of multiple managers, and one of them performs a certain function almost as if they had invented it, why wouldn't I recruit them to help me or teach something to my team? Maybe I can return the favor at some point. A lot of managers think it's a bad thing to admit that you don't have specific expertise, that your boss will mentally downgrade you if you admit a weakness. Well, first, if your boss looks at you cross-eyed because you inform him or her that a certain skill is not a strength, then maybe you're working in the wrong place. Second, if I'm your boss, I'm thanking you for telling me now before I assign a job to you in the belief that you can do it, only later to have a disaster on my hands when you fail. I would love someone to sit down with me and say, boss, here's what I'm good at and here's what I'm not good at. Rather than focusing on my weaknesses, I'd like to strengthen my strengths. And I think, with your help, I can turn some of those into superpowers to help advance this organization. Boom! Where do I sign up for that? Self-awareness may lead us into admissions that are uncomfortable. We want to be good at everything and be recognized for that. But it's not reality for 99% of us. It's just not, and that's fine. If you've never done this, take the time to evaluate where you are and what you're capable of. If you're struggling with it, ask for feedback from your boss or coworkers, your spouse, and good friends. Figure yourself out. Self-aware managers and leaders are better managers and leaders. I wish you well in this journey. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Quahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Come back, Jerry. Come back, Jerry Roberts. What's going on? I've actually got I think I might need to send him a note. I actually have not literally spent any time communicating with him in just a little bit. And so he wanted me to look at you cross-eyed.
Oh,
you
really?
wanted me to, yeah. So every once in a while, I suppose if I'm going to get you to perform better, I guess I suppose I have to look at you with through my Keithan eyes.
Nice.
I generally try not to make eye contact with Real Joe because I can't quit him. It's 7:40 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. We'll take a look at what's happening in the markets and what's going on the roads in just a sec.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Over the past 5 years, confidential data and network breaches have doubled for small and large businesses, resulting in huge financial loss. At GTA, our multi-threat security bundle is a cost-effective solution monitored by our team of experts, ready to detect known malware and stop new evolving cyber threats before entering your network.
Protect your business with confidence and call 671-644-1000 or visit gta.net/enterprise. GTA. We start with you.
7:41, Ray Gibson Show until he's not going to be anymore, and he might be just now getting onto the airplane. Mark Voigtland chimed in, hopped onto the Facebook Live feed to say goodbye, y'all. Getting ready to board the plane. Gonna miss you. You know, all the good ones find their way back at some point. So I'm not going. We'll keep a spot for you here on the program. Safe travels and a speedy journey. 7:42 in the morning. The Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at KFC with that incredible KFC chicken sandwich. So good, and I believe good for you. It's an extra crispy breast of fried chicken, and it's so juicy on the inside. We've got the great KFC mayo or a spicy sauce. The Zinger sauce can go on that if you ask them for it, and they don't even start making it until you ask them for it. So try it out today. You are going to fall in love with the crinkle cut pickles and more in the KFC fried chicken sandwich, available at KFCs all over Guam. So let's look at the traffic here. You know, I wonder, there's guys listening in England and in Hong Kong and in Tokyo going, wait a second, Guam traffic? What are you talking about? It's 27 miles top to bottom, and there's 155,000 people live on Guam. How bad can traffic be? You know, it can actually get to be kind of annoying how bad the traffic can be some days, especially when you can't see around the corner and wondering why. Up in Jigo, a little bit of traffic at the entrance to Anderson Air Force Base. Seeing a little bit of traffic by the fire station, and then down to Ipalpal, but not a whole lot happening through there. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot that's going to slow you down at 743 at the intersection of 1 and 3. That's running rather smooth here today. Must have gotten the bad drivers off the road in a hurry. A little bit of intersection traffic in front of the Micronesia Mall, and then it continues as you make your way down towards Kmart and JFK area. Big news on Route 8. No big news. It's dogging out virtually everywhere. Had another one of those episodes yesterday where, you know, when you pull into the parking lot over at the Payless and there's traffic, just nudge up to the bumper of the car in front of you. I'm not saying hit it. I'm not talking about, you know, the chrome French kiss here. I'm just saying that get a little bit closer so that the last car trying to get through the intersection that's still on Route 8 can make it in there as well. Remember the rule: not everybody can park in the Infusion parking sign. So we got a little bit of that going, traffic on Route 4 in the downtown Agutnia area, intersection traffic through there, but once you get out of Sinahanya and Ordot, you should be all right. And a little bit less traffic than normal trying to get into Naval Base Guam down in Sumai. 744, there's your right now traffic in the point.
Get a box of Post or Kellogg's cereal for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a 75-ounce bottle of Dawn dish soap for only $5.95 when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a Bounty paper towel 2-pack for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Howdy and Happy New Year! KFC's Colonel Sanders here. KFC's Fill-Up Buckets are back for the new year. Fill up with a 10-piece original recipe drum and thigh bucket with 2 large red rice for only $20. Or fill up with 2 KFC buckets, 8 pieces of original drums and thighs, and 12 crispy chicken strips with 2 large red rice for only $30. Fill up with more KFC for less money this January. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Guam Auto Spot has the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage starting at $127 per paycheck. 0 down. Call 671-478-AUTO to take a test drive or get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com.
7:45, Ray Gibson Show. It's a Thursday morning as we start marking the end of this week and looking at Friday, wondering about the weekend. And I'm wondering what kind of weekend it's going to be. Somebody told me that the beach yesterday, virtually empty. And for a lot of reasons, people either at work, or they're in the lines to get tested. and then so it's like, I don't want to go to the beach. I might catch COVID there or something like that as the numbers are skyrocketed.
Vitamin C is what you need.
Vitamin C, as in SEA, is good all the time. Vitamin B for beach, I refer to it, is always.
Vitamin D from the sun.
Yeah, we love the D.
Yeah, getting as much as you possibly can.
That'll cure you.
Absolutely. So I don't know. Somebody said the beaches were empty yesterday, and like I said, probably because either people are testing or they're already sick. That's where we are these days. There's so many people that have that we know that have come down with this, and as we're fond of remarking, virtually every single one of them is double vaccinated and boosted. Take that all with some kind of a grain of salt. Omicron, according to the article in today's PDN, may drop rapidly in the U.S. and the UK. It's going to come down as fast as it went up, said Ali Mokdad, a professor of health metrics science at the University of Washington up in Seattle. The variant has proved so wildly contagious that it may already be running out of people to infect. Let me say that again, and let me just let that settle in here. The variant has proved so wildly contagious that it may already be running out of people to infect. A month and a half after it was first detected in South Africa, it's just crazy what's going on with this. And there's another quote in here. The University of Washington's own highly influential model projects that the number of daily reported cases in the U.S. will crest at 1.2 million. in just the next few days by January the 19th and will then fall sharply simply because everybody who could be infected will be infected. So it's more in line with the statements made by Dr. George Macris that, hey, guess what? You can run, but you cannot hide from this thing. You can vaccinate, but you're still going to get it. Unvaccinated folks maybe a little bit worse off than everybody else. Maybe your conditions or your symptoms will be a little bit worse. Real Joe, what symptoms do you have right now?
None.
Very good. That might be it. That might be it. What is it Dennis Larson was saying? The disease so bad you can have it and not even know it. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I was already and earlier expressing a little bit of honesty. You know, it's important. I try to keep this program as personal as possible. And this morning when I woke up, I made my coffee and took a swig of it. And normally I get that Folgers hit, bang, right now. And it's not, the most unique. Look, I'm not a coffee snob, right? I should be, but I'm not. And so when I get the coffee from the gas station or wherever, you can taste it. And this morning I could not taste it. Then I went and reached for a can of juice and popped that open. And I thought, well, maybe I needed to shake it a little bit harder because I wasn't getting any flavor out of it. And then I thought, well, maybe this is one of the symptoms that I'm going to be getting. 7:49 in the morning.
But you tasted the curiously strong mint.
I could taste the fact that there was mint, but I did not. The Altoids have a flavor. And I didn't get the flavor of the Altoid. I did get the sensation of the mint,
Maybe you need some Denancy, like really strong.
Could be. I don't know. Should I check in with at some point an actual doctor?
Your labs look good, Ray. Your labs look great.
I'm tasting I can taste the tannin, the part that dries out your mouth with the betel nut, but I'm not really tasting the betel nut. So I don't know. It's possible I burned my mouth out yesterday with some hot stuff that I was eating, but normally that kind of thing doesn't linger. If you've got some, if you're comfortable talking about this on the air, let me know what your symptoms are. Let me know what you're working on, because there's a ton of guys that might be feeling one way or the other and hesitating to get tested because, I don't know, they're bored or they don't want to stand in line or any of that stuff. But it's possible that you might have come down with COVID-19. One of the symptoms that we're hearing about now, that sore throat, that sore scratchy throat. So if you've got that one, okay, that's one we know about. If you got the heebie-jeebies on the skin, that's something that I went through earlier in the week, but still not entirely sure whether I've got COVID-19. Carl, welcome to the program.
Hey, good morning, Ray.
How you been?
All right.
Nice to hear that. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm usually I'm kind of a night person, so I usually don't get much of your show. But I for some reason I woke up a little earlier this morning and started my routine.
COVID. You got COVID.
No, I don't have COVID. But I just wanted to comment. My major in college was psychology at UOG. But I've learned more about. I've got like the equivalent, probably of a master's or a doctorate degree in mass psychology within the last 5 years with Trump and this and this virus. It's just amazing what I've learned about mass psychology.
So tell me that, because I looked it up the other day. I keep hearing this mass formation psychosis or mass formation effect, and there are some people that are saying even the phrase mass formation is something that was made up, like by the conspiracy theorists. There is no actual mass formation syndrome in the annals of psychology.
There is something that goes on with masses of people. There's a famous book. That's actually one of the reasons why I called up. A classic book that was written by Charles Mackay in the late 1800s, titled "Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds." It's an absolute classic. It still sells to this day, often to investors who want to take advantage of crowd psychology when people do crazy things, like during the Depression when they sold off stocks at bargain basement prices. People who were wise investors came in and scooped up those stocks at dirt cheap prices, and later, when the markets recovered, they did very, very well. There's an old saying, to buy stocks when the streets are running in blood. Something like that.
Yeah, you run to the market when everybody is running away from the market.
Exactly, exactly. So that book, if anyone is interested in it, is a chronicle of how people have gone like barking mad during periods of human history, like the tulip mania, when tulips were an incredible fad and people were mortgaging property and doing everything they could to buy tulips.
When it was more valuable than gold.
Exactly.
Yes,
yeah.
for absolutely no good reason. It's kind of like I'm wondering if the same thing is happening now with Bitcoin and these cyber currencies. Is there with these cyber currencies, or is it just one of those things where one really cool guy got something going and it's spread around like a cold in the family? I still don't understand the basic underlying concept of cyber currencies as an investment or even as a vehicle for regular transaction between you and I one of these days. Would you let me pay a debt to you with cyber currency, or would you still rather have folding money?
Well, the way I classify that is I listen to people like, or I've seen statements by people like Warren Buffett and his partner, Mr. Munger, who are extremely wise when it comes to investment, and both of them have distanced themselves from Bitcoin. I know people who have done extremely well with Bitcoin, but another thing that Buffett says is never invest in something in a major way that you don't understand.
I couldn't explain.
I don't understand Bitcoin.
Yes, I feel exactly the same way. 7:55 in the morning, and our Carl, for those of you that are tailgaters in the afternoon, if the voice sounds familiar, if not, he's a fixture on Tall Tales with Bob Klitsky every afternoon around 4. And we move now from here. So I've always tried to be the skeptic in the room when it comes to things that people tend to glom on to. I'm not necessarily an early adopter, and I've honestly been skeptical about COVID-19 since it came up. I've been skeptical about climate change, as a matter of fact, and mostly because it seems that these and concepts like them are being thrown at us by people that consider themselves my betters, by the elites, and it annoys me. So I generally tend to turn it down and look for the truth before I decide that they are right or wrong.
Yes, yeah.
As an example, climate change comes to me through the voice of Al Gore, for whom I have no reason to believe has any credibility in anything. With the excitement and the hysteria over Hillary Clinton running for president of the United States, I never got that. I didn't think that she was qualified to do anything in the government, and fortunately, voters for Trump proved me right.
Yeah, climate change has become such a mania. The best source I found for stuff debunking climate change is the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos put out by Tony Heller. That's the name of his channel, is his name on YouTube. And all it is thousands of screenshots and short videos that he's captured of past history. When they say that, this is unprecedented. Storms are hitting, the world, and then he goes back, 50, 100, 200 years, and shows documentary evidence, screenshots of articles about storms that have killed thousands of people in history. His videos are just excellent. So I'd recommend that for anyone that would like some true facts.
There's without being redundant, there's a guy that every once in a while, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, somebody world, and he appears unfortunately, only occasionally in the Pacific Daily News' editorial column, and he's one of these guys that is trying to force debate between the climate change guys and the climate change proponents and these debunkers and actual people in the industries that are looking at these things through more statistical eyes. And as you might expect, they cannot get engagement from among the supporters of climate change. There are a lot of people that get into it, but when it comes time for the debate, they shy from the task, which I always find interesting. And the same thing with COVID-19. There should have been yesterday in Washington, D.C., an enlightening and an informational hearing that took place between Fauci and certain members of the committee in Congress. And it didn't turn out that way. It turned into more of a match of egos than it did anything that would answer our questions to figure out how we're going to get from here back to normal. Or is that not the plan?
Yeah, so from the beginning, there's only a period of time in the early part of this when I was kind of worried because I had no idea what was going on. But the more I read about it by doctors who I trust, the less I worried about it. I tend to trust people like Dr. Jay Bhattacharya out of Stanford and Marty McCary out of Johns Hopkins. Robert Malone, who created the mRNA vaccine. None of these people.
That's the guy that was on Joe Rogan, right?
Yes, exactly. And his opinion, and I have adopted the same opinion. All four of my kids have been vaxxed. I never said two words to them about not getting vaccinated. Right. But his opinion is that he is not against people who are vulnerable getting the vaccines. That's not what he's worried about because they're already at risk. People who have these issues that make them more vulnerable, like obesity or diabetes, low vitamin D especially.
Those are the people with that have the problems. Those are the people we've got to figure out how to protect. Everybody else needs to go back to work. 7:59. I'm going to leave this because I got Fox News coming up. But here's what they are now referring to as the United States of Confusion. Exasperated Americans. Now this comes out of the Washington Post, so it's the exception that proves the rule. Exasperated Americans of every persuasion are tuning out the mixed messages on coronavirus. Test, don't test, which one? Isolate, don't isolate. Are we isolating for 5 days or 10 days? And the people have just had it with all of this and need to move forward. I got to move forward. Fox News Live plan, and we'll listen for you on Tall Tales this afternoon.
Okay, Ray, it's always nice chatting with you.
Same. All right, here comes the Fox News on the point.
Up 7% from a year ago. The White House economic advisor Brian Deese says the monthly increase was less than the previous month.
It's still too high, but moving in the right direction.
He also notes lower food and gas prices, but echoing the president, acknowledges more work to do and largely blames the pandemic, calling the price hikes a global phenomenon driven by global issues, adding they are expected to moderate this year, though initially that's what economists thought last year. The House panel probing the Capitol breach wants to hear from House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy about his conversations with President Trump before, during, and after the Capitol riot. The committee is requesting a voluntary sit-down interview. The third member of Congress they've reached out to, all Republicans. Congressmen Jim Jordan and Scott Perry have already declined to provide interviews or documents. The Senate's top Republican offers a harsh rebuttal to the president's push for election legislation.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell described President Biden's voting rights speech in Atlanta as profoundly unpresidential.
I've known, liked, and personally respected Joe Biden for many years. I did not recognize the man at the podium.
President Biden warned Republican-led states are trying to undermine democracy and linked the current debate over a pair of voting rights bills to the civil rights era. He also endorsed the Senate changing filibuster rules to advance legislation, something Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says Democrats are discussing in intense talks around the clock.
Fox's Jared Halpern on Capitol Hill. Just getting word Ronnie Spector has died, the iconic lead singer of the Ronettes and hits including Be My Baby. She was 78. America is listening to Fox News.
Howdy, Chili's is serving y'all some Texas-sized family meal, because everything's bigger in Texas. Enjoy full racks of Chili's world-famous baby back ribs, margarita chicken, savory shrimp, beef fajita, smoked jalapeno sausages, mashed potatoes, and corn on the cob. Man, this meal's bigger than Bill's, but it ain't breaking the bank. Chili's has Texas-sized family meals for just $45 to feed your crew of 3 to 6 folks. For your youngins, just add $5 for a kid's meal. Chili's, more life and bigger meals happen here.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
COVID treatments are becoming a new hot topic in Washington.
With the FDA's recent authorization of 2 oral antivirals, that's Pfizer's Paxlovid and Merck's Molnupiravir, a political war over the federal supply of these life-saving drugs is now brewing. Red state leaders say the federal government has taken over the process and is playing politics with the supply of existing therapeutics. Now, the White House has 20 million doses of Pfizer's antiviral Paxlovid on order for next September, and public health officials are already worried the need in this country is going to quickly surpass the supply.
Fox's Jillian Turner, the White House COVID team announcing today it's ordering more of Pfizer's pill and of an AstraZeneca preventive drug for patients with compromised immune systems. Meantime, the White House also announcing more COVID test kits for schools, 10 million more per month nationwide, as the battle against the record-breaking Omicron surge of COVID continues. A new frontier opens for cookie lovers on a delivery platform.
Girl Scouts of America offering customers in select areas cookie delivery through DoorDash, in addition to the usual sale options. Reps say fans can search Girl Scouts on DoorDash.com or the DoorDash app to see if delivery is available in their area, then place orders. Local Scouts will then track and fulfill orders, manage inventory, and more while partnering with DoorDash's technology and team. Nationwide delivery is expected to kick off next month. The youth organization also adding a flavor to the lineup this year. Adventurefuls, a brownie-inspired cookie. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Today's inflation report did not rattle Wall Street. The Dow finishing up 38 points. The S&P and the NASDAQ also higher. Oil prices topping $82 a barrel. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Fuel up today with the new $8 gasolina meal. 2 all-beef Nathan's hot dogs, a big bag of chips, regular size M&Ms, and a 16-ounce gasolina energy drink. The brand new drink in a black can that brings a burst of energy. Drive in now and fire up your day with the $8 gasolina meal. Promo is only available at your favorite Circle K Guam locations while supplies last. Circle K, take it easy.
At Guam Auto Spot, we're starting 2022 with a bang during our New Year, New Ride sales event. Right now, you can get the all-new Buick Encore as low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down. Or the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander as low as $201 per paycheck, 0 down. Get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com or schedule a test drive today at 478-AUTO.
Eat Fresh Refresh goes on at Subway. You've tried the Cali Fresh steak. Now you can enjoy the Cali Fresh turkey. One of only 2 Cali Fresh subs. The Cali Fresh turkey is packed with deli-thin, oven-roasted turkey piled high on a bed of hickory smoked bacon, smashed avocado, and fresh mozzarella. Crafted for premium freshness, the Cali Fresh turkey is made on freshly baked, hearty, multi-grain bread with your choice of fresh veggies hand-sliced daily in restaurants. Treat yourself to a Cali Fresh turkey today. Subway. Eat fresh.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Off a day, it's 8:06. I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Since 2019, November 2019, Cabinet News has been following the trail of alleged corruption in the CNMI, shedding light on abuses of power and improprieties. And it's all coming to a head. And if you were watching yesterday with Candid News, you witnessed history in the making as CNMI Governor Ralph Torres has now become the second CNMI governor to be impeached. Candid News breaking the story. The CNMI House of Representatives, in a bipartisan vote of 15, voted to impeach Governor Ralph de Leon Guerrero Torres on all 6 articles of impeachment filed against him. Those include felony, neglect of duty, and corruption, including living a lavish lifestyle on taxpayers' money amid Typhoon Yutu and COVID-19 pandemic recovery. Torres now faces an impeachment trial at the 9-member CNMI Senate, in that senators will vote to acquit or convict the impeached governor. Candid News also reports that if Torres is convicted on even one of those articles, he will automatically be removed from office. In a statement from Nola Hicks, who's the chairwoman of the NMI Democratic Party, she says this is a first step in eradicating corruption, abuse, and years of mistrust in the people's government that will take years to restore. She says the people deserve justice and closure, and the impeachment votes are a step toward that direction. Now, Torres maintains his innocence and says the allegations are politically motivated. He also refuses to resign from office. There were 560 new cases of COVID-19 from the 2,452 people who tested on January 11th. Of those, 116 people were identified through contact tracing. What's interesting in the JIC report today is that they've identified the difference between the civilian and military positive cases. The JIC report says that there are 350 civilian cases and 166 cases reported from the Department of Defense. The island's new COVID count is at 22,056, and the CAR score is at 228.4. Now, the free testing site is continuing at the Tees and Carnival grounds. However, it's sold out today and tomorrow. They do have openings on Saturday starting at 11. They are telling people to make an appointment. This is their effort to make sure that there's no long line and no long wait. They are taking some drive-ups, though, but only on a limited basis. Dr. Nathaniel Berg did say earlier this week that Guam Radiology is also available for free testing. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go solar, and save big with Nambo Insurance. When you power up your home with solar panels, Nambo Insurance will pay up to $350 toward your power bill. With Nambo, you can enjoy great savings while going green and helping to save Guam's environment. At Nambo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit Nambo.com or call 477-9754 for details. Nambo Insurance, proudly serving Guam for over 50 years.
Governor Lou Leon Guerrero joining other U.S. governors making a plea to the federal government to allow for more foreign workers to come to the U.S. In particular, she says Guam faces a critical shortage of skilled workers. The governor seeking to increase the number of temporary foreign workers coming to the U.S. under a variety of exchange or worker visas. The governor says the lack of skilled workers in the construction industry has been cited as cause for delays and cost increases. Guam is also reliant on some H-2B workers for the military construction projects taking place. From the Guam Daily Post, a man who stands accused of sexually molesting a 10-year-old girl has denied charges against him. 47-year-old Gilberto Custerbeck pleaded not guilty to first-degree criminal sexual conduct and 2 counts of criminal sexual conduct as a second-degree and first-degree felony. A superseding indictment was filed against him on January 4th. He's scheduled to be back in court on February 25th. He and a co-actor, his wife, Mona Lisa Custerbeck, were arrested in February of 2020 after the 10-year-old girl told police that she was inappropriately touched by a man known to her on 2 occasions. The victim reported the incident to Mona Lisa Custerbeck, but she allegedly forgave her husband and told the victim not to tell anyone what happened. Also from the Superior Court, the Post reports that Vern Perez has recused himself from hearing the case against Court Marshal Joey Terlahi. Judge Perez disclosing that he has a close relationship with Terlahi and his family, and now the case will have to be assigned to another judge. Those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Aren't they all going to need to recuse themselves?
I don't know.
If he's the marshal?
Sometimes they just hear the case and say, I can be impartial and I'll hear the case.
Right. Okay.
But maybe
otherwise,
he has a very close relationship. They might be related. I don't know.
well, otherwise would bring somebody in from someplace else to get the visiting judge. 8:11 in the morning, Montecillo Tyron with the news and headlines. It's time for me to tell you all about the weather for today. I don't care what symptoms I have or may not have. I'm beaching today. I'm putting plans together already. I've picked out my my short shorts. I'm thinking my short silkies for the beach today. Yeah, because if it was Sandra recalls it was Randy Landis that said the beaches were empty yesterday. So I think maybe I'm going to take advantage of that. It'll feel like all of Tumon is a private beach. Mostly sunny today. Daytime highs near 87. It's not going to be a whole lot of wind either, 6 to 9 miles an hour. And with the heat index, it'll feel like 90 degrees. We've got isolated showers in the forecast for this evening, but partly cloudy skies in between all of those showers. In fact, there's only a 10% chance of rain. Sun's out, buns out, right? That's what I'm thinking. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:11. I'll toast it in for you, maybe with some of my other friends. Speaking of friends, Mark Voigtland, like I said, on the airplane now, and apparently he was passed by the front of the airplane and saw the pilot. He says, "Looks like Biden." Says his pilot looks like Biden. I don't know. Maybe would you get on that airplane if you thought maybe it was somebody like that was flying the thing? Yeah. Interesting conversations. Good luck to you, Mark. Let us know when you land. 8:12 in the morning. There's news and weather together on The Point.
When making the new Kentucky Fried Chicken sandwich, people asked how I felt about burger places selling fried chicken. I'd say that's none of my business. Just like making fried chicken is none of theirs. The new Kentucky Fried Chicken sandwich with mayo, pickles, and a quarter-pound filet as far as the eye can see. Get comfy. It's gonna be a while.
The new Kentucky Fried Chicken Sandwich is back for good, along with the new all-white meat KFC chicken sandwiches, Zinger, Super Deluxe, and Grilled Doublicious. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Tunay na kaibigan na handa para sa inyo. Ang bangko ng kinabukasan, laging maaasahan. And Pacific, where others plug branches, we place roots.
Well, maybe you got somebody in the house that just got a driver's license by some miracle and months of standing in line. Good news is you don't have to go crazy on getting a new car. You can get a great used car at NissanGuam.com. In fact, I think you can go to that website right now and check out the complete inventory of used cars that were placed there by Marlon Laxon, used car manager and expert. Marlon is, in fact, you can call him up. You call him up. He's awake right now, 647-7261, and ask him to describe in great detail exactly what it is. When somebody trades in a car over at Nissan, say they picked up one of those Rogue Sports and says, okay, here's the old one that you can have as the, put that towards my down payment. We'll trade that thing in. And then all of a sudden, Marlon gets his hands on it. First thing they do is start looking at it and saying, okay, change the air filter, the coolant, transmission fluid, get all of the old oil out. We'll put some new one in there. Is that belt making noise? Put a new belt on that car right away. 32-point inspection checklist, more than you've got for your car, is among the first things that they do. Tidy the thing up, get it detailed, and then put on the lot. It has to earn its way onto the used car lot. That's one of the things that they do. So if you're looking for a second car in the house or a first car for junior or young miss, start with a trip to NissanGuam.com.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Quarter after 8 o'clock in the morning, a couple of topics getting rolled around on the Facebook Live side. We were talking earlier about the governor reaching out with other state and territory leaders, asking for some attention from Joe Biden to help us out with our labor shortages that we've got here on Guam. We got a ton of work that needs to get done. I was talking with a buddy of mine, Tony, does all the sandwiches over at Carabao, and he, only halfway listening to a conversation that he was having with somebody else, and the words retaining wall came up in the conversation, and it's like one of those things. Click. What did I hear? Somebody retaining wall. You got a contract. You got a guy. You were able to find a guy to do something. He says, "Amazing. Well, he hasn't given me the quote yet, and won't until he's sure, until the contractor is sure that they've got the guys to be able to do the work." Now, I like to think that I'm the smartest guy in the room, and I'd like to think that if somebody just showed me how, I'd be able to build my own retaining wall or lay down my own concrete, on the ground. I want to do a thing with some concrete on the side of the house that I don't use because it's ruddy. But if I had a concrete thing on a deal, I might use it for gardening or maybe park a boat there, basketball court, just something, right? Other than mow it for the grass. But I don't know how to do that kind of thing. So unfortunately, I got to find a guy that does know how to do that. And there are a lot of guys here that know how to do it, but they're all busy doing other work for other guys. So you got a tile guy. I bet you he's in big demand. Got a cabinet guy. But he's crazy busy 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Electricians, plumbers, all of these guys that are busy. So the governor goes out and says, we need help with getting more H-2 labor here on Guam. But it occurs to me while I'm thinking about it and thinking about some of the numbers that Robert Hoffman was spouting earlier in the week. And it might be worth, see if you can find him. See if you can find Robert, because it's interesting to me, the number of people that are on some kind of assistance. Welfare, as we used to say, or SNAP benefits or whatever recipients. And it occurs to me that there's a possibility that many of them are able-bodied and might be able to come back to work and join the labor force one way or the other. How do we get that done? Now, there's the hard line that says, well, if you're on welfare, you ought to be able to show that you're looking for work before we start handing out money in the quest cards and doing that kind of thing. Okay. Yeah, that might be one of the ways to do it. Some folks on Facebook Live chiming in. How about in order to continue to receive benefits, as they did with the unemployment assistance program, how about we make either looking for a job or taking a class a requirement for all of this, so that if they don't have the skills, we might be able to train them up. Hell, I'd take that class. 888-825-5888-TALK. And there are a bunch of comments on all that. And then comments about Candid News and what a great job that they have done with the impeachment story with Ralph Cheeto Torres up in Saipan. That is going to be interesting to watch how that develops as the days go by. 8:18 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number. Ken LG's on the line. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning. You know, I was watching Candid yesterday.
As apparently everybody was, yeah.
People.
Yeah.
And it just made me very jealous. You know, and that's why I put that comment. I'm hoping that we can elect the senators from the CNMI into the 37th legislature, because then we will finally have some representatives that are looking out for the people.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Yeah, I don't know what the rest of their day job looks like, but in this case, it's clear that there are people involved in the political game in Saipan that I want to say are real leaders. You know, whenever I hear somebody refer to the governor or the senators here on Guam as leaders, I say no. They are our representatives. They're certainly not our leaders. And based on some of the work that they've been doing, apparently the only people they care about are each other and GovGuam employees.
And the turtles.
Turtles. Yeah, Hagen.
Yeah. So that's what I'm just hoping for.
God, they got coconuts up there, man. Some of the people up in the house in Saipan have got large coconuts, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. But it comes down to the fact that as we were hearing in their statements, they were referring to the people. You know, when people come up and share with us, when people talk with us, you know, they listen. You know, that's why we're seeing the kind of actions that we're seeing. And remember, this is the second time they've impeached a governor. You know, so this goes to show that the representatives up there are actually listening to what the people say, whereas here we have our people who are struggling, and we have all these businesses that have closed down, and, you know, there's hundreds of millions of dollars sitting in Bank of Guam right now collecting interest, and yet we don't see anything being done to stimulate our small businesses, because you were just talking about, you know, the testing and stuff, you know, training. There is stuff that they can be doing with these small businesses that don't require a re-education of the labor force. And those are the things the governor should be working on right now, because even before 2019, our tourism was in trouble. And one of the biggest complaints they had was about the trash, the lack of facilities, the lack of unique experiences. If we're going to lure tourists back, we got to start focusing on the next version of our tourism industry. And now we've got the money to actually do that. But what are we doing instead? We're going to spend 10 years screwing around trying to build a new hospital.
Well, look, let's build a new medical regime. I'm not talking about a hospital. I think I think that's a very narrow view, and I'm glad to the degree that they're talking about it that they're have made it a little bit more expansive than just a new building. So that to me is delightful. But you are right. I think that what we're talking about here is building a new facility that will just take over and assume everything, all of the bad habits that we've gotten from generations of running Guam Memorial Hospital into the ground. I got a feeling it just, it was the same. It was the same when they moved from the old hospital into the new hospital back in the 1970s. Do you recall?
Yeah.
There was a great opportunity for change, but they took all the same systemic issues that they had at the old White Elephant, the old hospital that you and I were born in, and moved them over to the new building. The only difference was it was a bunch of nuns there at the time when it was a Catholic medical facility.
Well, we have to look at the flawed logic. Guam Memorial Hospital, through their political leadership, first we're going to put people in charge that really have no experience running major medical facilities. We're going to compensate them at the level of people who do know what they're doing, which is a whole nother show in and of itself. But the biggest problem we have is we're trying to make Guam Memorial Hospital be all, do all, and a vacation destination for medical vacations. If you had a choice of going to Guam or going to the Philippines for a medical vacation or going to the
Philippines,
or going to Thailand,
Philippines, Next question.
So what we're looking at here is if we're going to rebuild a new hospital, we need to acknowledge the fact that we have doctors that have invested millions of dollars in facilities, and we don't need to duplicate that effort. We should just concentrate on building a hospital that serves the most critical needs in our community, which is emergency care, labor, and delivery, because everything else they're doing there is a duplication of the facilities that doctors have already invested millions of dollars in bringing to this island.
Well,
why
you're spouting some of the same stuff that came out of the mouth of a guy named Bill McMillan, who had it right and I thought was on track to do great things over at Guam Memorial Hospital. Unfortunately, he did not run in the right circles and ran afoul of the people that he worked with and that hired him, and he was run out of town on a rail. If you were around, you'll remember how all of that happened. It was just an orchestrated hit job by arguably the system. That was anathema to the change that he was trying to bring about. I mean, the perpetrators and the protectors of the status quo rose up and exorcised him from this island.
Well, that's a problem. Competence stands no chance against political favoritism.
Well, and the favoritism was, and there are still veterans of those medical wars that we've had here on Guam. There were a whole lot of people that had some serious investments into the status quo at Guam Memorial Hospital. When they started talking about eliminating some of these positions that were held by these politically favored people, and trying to right-size the hospital so that it wasn't bleeding money all the time from people that could literally be doing another job anywhere else in the government. I don't know why they were doing it there, and just amplified the number of personnel per bed that wasn't required for a hospital that size. That was, I think, a major problem. When he started talking about letting some people go, that is when the peanut butter hit the fan.
Yep. Well, that's why we need to get more new, fresh faces into a part-time legislature. That way we will have people that are there to do serious work and not people there for a job and a paycheck. That's the problem with the current political system now. I mean, if you look at the legislature, almost without exception, those are people that were groomed and were raised through the system. And that's why when you talk about part-time legislature, they all raise their hands and say, "No way, Jose." When you start talking about raising the number of senators that will dilute their power, they stand up, lock arms together, and say, "No way." So that's why we have to do it as a citizens' initiative, because politicians are never going to do anything that's going to break.
Well, have you filed the paperwork for that yet?
Not yet. I'm in the process right now of getting everything organized to begin the voter initiative meetings. I mean, the paperwork is a minor detail. It takes about 10 minutes.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna do that, I'm wondering if there might be a couple of other things that we add. It would be interesting once again to be able to go back to in an island-wide election, like a general election or a primary election. It would be nice if we had initiatives that the people of Guam could vote on. Are there other things that we need to ask the people of Guam? How about this one here? How about have the people of Guam, by voter initiative, eliminate the increase in the business privilege tax? Have them, by voter initiative, eliminate and call for a permanent sunset on business privilege taxes on groceries and medicine. We've got all of these things that are really easy problems to fix in the government of Guam that will impact everybody on the island. But it doesn't seem like anybody over at the legislature is interested in picking up some of these initiatives that have already been introduced. So let's take some of these great Jimmy Moylan initiatives and put them on a voter initiative as part of a ballot that everybody on Guam gets to vote for. And if they're not going to make laws that appeal to the people, then the people need to enforce their roles in this and create the legislation for them.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that. The only reason I'm taking this approach is to make it easier to get better quality people in the legislature, because the initiative will not take if they pass, then various initiatives won't kick in until the legislature writes
until another
rules
legislature
and regulations.
Well, I don't know that that's necessarily true. I think you can put all of that language in the initiative itself.
Well, look at the medical marijuana. How long did it take for it to become an actuality? I think it passed in the 2014 election, and it took 6 years for it to become reality. But by getting quality people in to represent the people, then all those changes can happen.
Yep.
Within the first 90 days.
Which was odd. Which was odd because, I don't know why there was so much of a pushback on medicinal marijuana. There were people here that considered it, the political third rail. And I'm going, you got to be kidding. This is a no-brainer. It's 2000. And at the time, 2015, 2016, what is the problem? Let's just move forward with this on the medicinal side and then create the mechanism. Unfortunately, I thought that, while it was kind of wide-eyed to look at it once it became law, then we tried to put it together at a scale that was way larger than I think a population and the size of the island could handle. I thought that going and taking best practices from someplace else was a bit far.
Well, that's why it goes back to let's work on these initiatives to get quality representation in the legislature. Number one, give the Office of Public Accountability some teeth. Give him the ability to have an independent budget that the legislature can't screw around with. Give him the ability to subpoena and also prosecute his cases, because we know the Attorney General won't. In fact,
maybe we'll look for some new quality people to run for the Attorney General's office. That job is up for grabs in 2022.
Yeah. But then again, we run into the same problem, because we've had two different attorney generals during my tenure as a community advocate. And every time I brought something to the attorney general's office, both of them, a Republican and a Democrat, both said the same thing. A citizen cannot bring a complaint to the attorney general's office. End of story. And so when I got government officials to try to bring complaints, they were told that we are conflicted out right now and we can't.
Conflicted out?
She wants to do it now.
Oh, but hey, there's conversation going on behind us.
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah, I got a long distance call. Never mind. I'll get back to that. But here's what we can do as citizens.
I'm that good, ladies and gentlemen. He's dropping business in a long distance call to maintain communication with me. I appreciate that. Go.
Well, it goes back to this. Right now, we are at a crossroads in our history here on Guam.
Music. Wait, stop. I need music. Give me the anthem. Okay, go. Now with the crossroad thing, go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a crossroads in the path of our island's history right here. We can continue to go down the same path of favoritism and pari-pari politics and watch our economy go down the toilet, or we can take a different path and we can put the people of Guam first and release the pent-up energy of innovation and creativity that they hold in themselves and take our economy out of the toilet and put it back on track to where it should be. And once we do that, then we will see the prosperous economy, and the island will become the paradise we've always told our children it would be.
Amen.
And then we will see our children return from the far corners of the earth, bringing with them decades of experience to enrich our island's community at all levels.
What a thing!
Thank you very much.
I'm glad that this program is recorded video on demand on Facebook and YouTube, because I think you're going to want to go back out there and loop that into something, because you were on a roll there. I'm sorry that we had to interrupt you, but I think it needed a little bit of music to help swell and create a little bit more of a soaring narrative for our listeners here this morning. Ken, I'm going to let you go. You've peaked for the morning, so I think that's good.
All right.
All right, talk to you. I know, I'm sorry. My name is Ray. I tried to keep it real, in the program here this morning, and I thought he was doing well. 8:32. Mana's got news and headlines coming up in a second. Now, do we still have any of those pictures of the big birthday party? They're around, right?
Yeah.
So
I don't have one.
The question that sometimes we ask around here is, where is the outrage? Where is the outrage? All of it, everybody else, unless you're a member of the chosen few and the actual elite, everybody else has to live under rules and regulations. You go to a restaurant, they want to see your Vax card and do this, that, and the other. But the elites are allowed to have a big birthday party fundraisery thing.
Oh, you're talking about, okay. I think they might have...
But that's okay,
Yeah,
whether you got the pictures or not. But anyway, so in the United Kingdom, and I don't know to what degree anybody's paying attention to all of this, there was a little bit of an uproar in the United States. Ocasio-Cortez went down to a drag party in Florida and was seen hugging and kissing and not wearing a mask and doing all the things that everybody... She is hot. She is hot, though. I mean, I got to say. But you made me lose my train of thought here. But yeah, and she got sick. And she's like, okay, everybody's just doing this because they want to date me or whatever. That's why you're critical. But Ocasio-Cortez goes down there and does that, and there's a little bit of an uproar. I don't know if you heard about that. But
I saw the pictures.
Did you? Right. And in England, the Daily Mail, here's the headline: Britain is fizzing with anger. Boris must apologize and show humility. Only then can he survive. Is the party over for the PM? Have you heard about this? So he apparently had a party. Like they got they're in the midst of a COVID lockdown. I mean, an actual... There's no real democracy in there anymore. COVID lockdown that they've got in Britain, and then an email goes out from his secretary that says inviting more than 100 staff to a BYOB party in the Downing Street Garden, quote, to make the most of the lovely letter. The email was sent less than an hour after the government had warned the public that they were not permitted to meet more than one person outside of their household in an outdoor setting and must stay 2 meters apart. So all of this is happening in the United Kingdom, and it's the same kind of thing that we've got around here.
And he's saying, I only went for 20 minutes and said I didn't realize what it was, and then I went back in and then ordered everybody back in.
Unlike previous Johnson scandals, the revelations about his behavior at a time when thousands of Brits were being forced to hold Zoom funerals have cut through. 66% of the public believe Johnson should resign. 12% think the prime minister is telling the truth, fewer than the proportion that think the moon landing was fake. Johnson has deflected all questions since the story has broke. We're not talking about it, to the incredulity of the British press that an independent investigation will determine whether he attended the party on his own backyard. So that's
they just can't help themselves. They just can't.
Absolutely not.
Because the rules can be adjusted.
For them, or they can come up with some kind of a story. In the meantime, we had businesses.
Or call it a meeting.
Yeah. It was training.
It's a Christmas meeting.
Yeah, training is what we're doing. So we got all of this crap around us, and I wonder here, as somebody that reads the news and follows the stories around here, how it is possible that there aren't a whole lot of people that are going, hey, what the blank? What's going on here? There's different rules for you than there are for us.
Well, we've been saying it all along.
Oh, we have.
And I'm the rule follower saying, come on, guys, follow the same rules that I'm following.
Or change the rules if you've got a different reason to be
I don't mind
flouting the
doing
rules.
it, but I don't want to see everybody else scoffing.
Tell us under what conditions we're allowed to bend these rules, and in the meantime, explain the rules a little bit better. All right, we can make it so that in order to minimize the spread here, unvaccinated people can't eat indoors. All right, well, the vaccinated people can eat indoors, and they keep getting sick. So I don't know. Maybe it's a good thing that they've separated the unvaccinated from the vaccinated, so that the vaccinated don't hit me with COVID-19, so I don't get it from them. Maybe they are saving lives, the lives of the unvaccinated. It's 8:36 in the morning. Is the party over for the PM, and will there be any more fundraising parties from the elites over at Adelup? It's 8:36 in the morning. Monticello Tyrant has got big news and headlines right after these messages.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's hospitality service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Guam Auto Spot has the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage starting at $127 per paycheck. Zero down. Call 671-478-AUTO to take a test drive or get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com.
888-255-88-TALK. The big sister Shelly giving me a hard time on the Facebook Live saying, come on, Mong, not AOC. What? I'm going, but she's kind of pretty. She get the... She's kind of pretty. So
so she's untouchable. She is your untouchable.
But anyway, so it occurred to me, that's what we're all looking for in life, is somebody that looks at us with those crazy eyes like Ocasio-Cortez has. So if you're watching on the Facebook Live, you can actually Google Ocasio-Cortez AOC crazy eyes, and these are some of the images that are going to be coming up. And I know everybody's got a favorite. I know that we all deep down inside go, man, she's just so. She's pretty, but she's just so dumb.
Scanning
right?
for Mexicans.
Exactly. Just man, but you got those.
She is cute.
Wouldn't you like to see those kind of eyes just lighting up? Yeah. When you pop the question.
That's level 5 clinger rate for sure.
Okay, level 5 clinger. All right. Now, when we start talking about crazy eyes, now the people are going to go, oh my God, the patriarchy is alive and well on the Ray Gibson Show. Oh my God, the chauvinism here on the Ray Gibson Show.
There's male crazy eyes.
We can't talk about Ocasio-Cortez's crazy eyes without talking about Nancy Pelosi's eyebrows. We absolutely cannot. There was, I don't know if I'll be able to zoom in on this. There it is. This is the most recent one from just a few days ago, where she's got these crazy like McDonald's eyebrows, right? I mean, and they're way up there. They're just inhuman. How far up there? They must be photoshopped. There was a guy on the Twitterverse, and he had almost identical to this picture here, and he said, every time Nancy Pelosi tells a lie, her eyebrows go up higher. so there it is. Now I'm sure that there's.
She doesn't always surf the internet, but when she does.
Absolutely. Oh my God. 20 away from 8 o'clock in the morning. It is the Ray Gibson Show until it's not anymore. This is why you tune in, people. This is I get it. Number one, we're not state-run radio and state-run media around here, and number two, you're just never sure what is going to be coming out of my mouth. I try to make it
absurdity.
Absurdities. But you used the word. You used the word untouchables.
Untouchables.
Untouchables, and we really need to concentrate concentrate on that in the next little bit here. You got to take a look at where we've been over the last couple of months, over the last couple of years, since the beginning of the 36th Guam legislature. See where we are, and see to what degree in the last couple of years it has become very, very easily illustrated, the number of people and who they are that are really the untouchables in this town. I mean, the ones that no matter what they say or how badly they detract from their own policies and procedures, nobody is going after them. Nobody lifts a finger. Nobody bats an eye. Nobody asking any of these hard questions. So figure out, who is on your list of untouchables around here, and let's find a way to make them, accountable for their untouchableness. It's 8:41. Mana Silva Tyron has got that last look at big news and headlines. Mana, what happened? Where's the news?
Two more candidates picked up their packets for senator from the Guam Election Commission. Sandra Seau and Don Ekalani, both Seau and Ekalani ran in the last senatorial election. They'll run again as Republican candidates in 2022. And Candidate News also broke the story of the CNMI governor being impeached from the House of Representatives. It'll now be up to the Senate to determine if he will be charged for those 6 articles of impeachment that have been filed against him. Candidate does say that if he's convicted on even one of those articles, he will be automatically removed from office. Meanwhile, Torres maintains his innocence and says the allegations all politically motivated. He refuses to step down from his governor's seat. And there were 560 new cases of COVID-19 identified in this morning's JIC. That's out of 2,452 people who turned out to get tested day before yesterday. Those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Oh, there's an interesting one. I'm looking at some of the commentary on the YouTube side, and as I say, there's a certain grace to the people that are hanging out on the Facebook side. YouTube guys, they throw that completely out the window. These are kind of people that pee in the shower. And proud of it. 8:42 in the morning. That used to be the definition of a gentleman, is somebody that steps out of the shower to pee. At any rate, so we've got a couple of comments here, and they're all entertaining to me. 516 cases. So what happened to herd immunity, or should I call it herd protection? Maybe it's time to change their narrative and definitions. Patricia, did somebody just delete my comment? Patricia, as far as I know, there is no deletion of any comments on the YouTube side. You post it again. James Howard is the moderator, but James Howard, if you put booger jokes up there, and James Howard will leave them up. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. Joel Cruz says, I have exculpatory evidence that exonerates Governor Torres on any and all charges and accusations. I'm prepared to testify, but I got no ride to Saipan. The Torres... What is that? What is that?
The dossier.
Oh, the dossier.
Yeah, it's been a fabrication.
It's a fabrication. There we go. Governor Torres, you've got at least one friend around here, and he will back you up as long as he gets to go on one of those police boat rides up to
Anatahan.
I want to go to Mog. Can we go to Mog?
Yes.
Is that part of the CNMI? Is that like the last one?
Untouched.
If your map of the Marianas doesn't go all the way up to Mog, then it's not a map of the Marianas. Just saying. We got Elvis Kanata saying, good morning, Resistance. The wifey just told me not to post any comments today because I got tested positive for weed this morning. Drinking Benadryl and smoking to keep the Rona down, and it's working. Let me see who else is playing around. Brian Chargaloff says Omicron is the warm-up. We've got Longer. Who's that guy? Real Joe, can you read that name?
Long MD.
Long MD.
We got to be careful, man.
Says
some of those names, they're traps.
Omicron was who's your Big Daddy 06? Omicron was a disappointment for the lockdown fans. Deltacron is next. Buckle up. This is what we were told about Omicron. It's mild and will be gone. Omicron was the push for the jabs and the boosters. Oh, yeah, Carl, and then referring to Carl. Patricia, because I was asking about what some of the symptoms are that people are getting. Patricia says, very dry throat. It makes you feel like you want to scrub your throat out. Then a couple of days later, lost taste and smell. Brian says vitamin C, vitamin D, zinc, sunlight, being outdoors, all good for your health. So I'll be biking out there with a Lupang. Michael Dolash put a couple of comments on, and it looks like they're back. Biden is a clone. Is the AC cold? Oh, talking about the cars over at Nissan. Absolutely. Chris Bacino says Mog is Guam backwards.
Oh, that's right.
Yep, that's it's the whole thing. I think we ought to establish a sister island relationship with between Guam and Mog, and why nobody's done that yet, I have no idea. 8:45 in the morning. Take a look at some of the other comments on the Facebook Live side as the two numbers here begin to merge. It's always worth pointing out that the numbers of viewers on Facebook is going up. And it might be because it's the bad boys in the back of the bus kind of feeling that you get, kind of that vibe that you get there. But we got people on the Facebook side that are having a good time. John Ananich is chiming in this morning.
Here I am, Lord. Is it I, Lord? I'm running for senator again.
He has not picked up his packet.
Oh, wow.
But you know what he did tell me?
You'll get it.
Is they're doing a Sidelines 2.0.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They're going to be reopening the thing.
A place for you and me.
Exactly. Sideline zombie. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, 8:46 in the morning. So much to talk about between here and there. A little bit later on, I'm going to have my buddy Marcus Fong come in and tell me about the new subway out in Manilao, because that's important to me. Question number one is, isn't there already one in Manilao? Question number two is going to be, why can't I have a bag? What did you guys do? I thought your bags were cool. I thought, because they're carrying food out of a building. I don't want to hold the thing in my hands. And there's something comfortable about the way everything fits in a subway bag. You got the subway, you got the foot long in there, and then you got the bag of chips and the soda when they have the refrigerated soda ones. You got all of that, and it just fits comfortably, like they were made for each other. And I hope that it's not
Well, I got caught once without a bag when I went in there, so I had to carry it. Fortunately, I had an extra bag in the car. The next time I went, I brought the bag in.
Yeah, next time just ask the boy to bring it to the car with you. Just say, Ihu, I'm because you're going to be,
Well,
I would play that senior citizen
just
card.
If not, just have him suggest to him that he put a sign at the door just to remind people, don't forget your bag.
Yeah, because for what?
Because you don't want to walk out with
the law
4 footlongs and.
What's that? Colin Clark, better off mandating exercise, limited fast food, no fountain drinks under 18 years of age. No, two nanny state,
What?
Colin. That's two nanny state. Look, I'm not going to disagree with the idea that this. All right, first of all, this is not the pandemic of the unvaccinated. That has got to be made clear, since everybody that we know that has Omicron, virtually all of them, and check around with your circle, virtually all of them vaccinated and boosted, right?
Yeah,
but
take that statement back.
Yeah,
Retract
exactly.
that.
And never utter that again, because it's really, really obvious what's going on. So having said that, though, and we know that it is a pandemic of the comorbidities. What was the other thing? As somebody was, Brian Kilmeade was talking about this yesterday. An announcement that has come out now that people that are dying with COVID-19 are dying with at least, when we talk about underlying factors, there may be as many as 4. Underlying factors that and COVID-19 spell curtains for people, right? So we've got to attack those. Now, I don't want to attack them by forcing people to exercise or forcing people to go on a diet. I'm not one of those guys. I don't believe in sin taxes, primarily because I've never seen the money actually go to where it's supposed to go. That is among them, right? All of the tobacco money, how much of that is making its way to Guam Memorial Hospital? And there are places where they've got taxes on sugary drinks and that kind of thing. It's funny to me because you get people with that liberal mindset, right? And they go, yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll tax them, and that will discourage the use of cigarettes or sugary drinks, that kind of thing. And it never occurs to them that when they tax businesses, when they tax individuals, that it doesn't have the same effect. It never really occurs to them, we'll go ahead and tax them and we'll get the appropriate behavior out of all of these people. But you think about the taxes. There's somebody look up the Laffer curve and see how close to that Guam is these days. 10 away from the top of the hour. More of whatever it is that's coming out of my mouth after these.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524.
JV International Safety Equipment located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Circle K brings you the G-Dog. Get ready for a succulent and flavorful street hot dogs made famous in New York City. These dogs are made with 100% all beef and cooked in a delicious blend of spices for a plump, juicy hot dog experience that's bursting with flavor. Visit your nearest participating Circle K and dig in on the best hot dog experience on island. The G-Dog. Served from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Available at Anigua, Denado, and Ocean Vista Circle K locations only. Circle K. Hey, take it easy.
Hey, take it easy. 10 away from the top of the hour here. Was I supposed to tell everybody about Mescla? I can do that. I've eaten there. I like the food there. I like the burgers there. Hi, my name is Ray. I'll admit it. I'm a burger guy. And for a lot of reasons, it's an old habit of mine. I will go and sit down in any restaurant that you take me to, and it might be the fanciest place in the whole wide world. They might be known for something else, but I will scan the menu looking for a hamburger. And the reason why is because generally it's very hard to screw up a burger, and it's so easy to make them better. I mean, I'll tell you what. I'll get around and tell you about one of my favorite burgers in the whole wide world, but the Sweaty Burger. Definitely when you're over at Mescla, that is the one that you want to eat. And Mescla makes it easy because they come to you. There's one in Agana. There's one down in Tumon in the Grand Plaza. You can make reservations by calling 479-2652 for reservations on the menu today. Octopus Tinaktak. Find that and some more great Chef Peter creations at Mescla. Oh, that's why I read that on Facebook Live. Jose Martinez writes, CDC admitting that 75% of COVID deaths are of people who had 4 or more comorbidities. Many of them, as we've pointed out, since day one, are avoidable. They're avoidable. Respiratory issues among folks with COVID-19. And what kind of respiratory issues? Maybe it's brought on by too many years of smoking, too much smoking. Note I didn't say vape. I don't know. You know why?
Yeah, Ray.
What? Dude.
Let's give those guys a pass.
Yes. There's a vape store next to the Stacks in Agana. Have you ever been by there?
Yes, Vape Escape.
It's Vape Escape. Yeah. Okay, so Vape Escape, they must have, right before Christmas. I mean, it was Christmas Eve, and I passed by there, and I thought, oh, that line is for Stacks. Except I realized the line extended just past the Stacks door into that, went right around the building past Amanda's place, cut, right? I mean, it was this huge line. I don't know what they're selling in there, but whatever it is, it was in great demand on Christmas Eve. Let me just say that. But, you know, I tend to give the vapors less of a hard time. And I tell you why. There's a couple of reasons why. Number one is, you know, some of the smoke that comes out of those vapes, I love the smell.
It's fruity.
Yeah, it's fruity, or there's a so tangy.
Cute.
There's one that smells like Lee Hing Mui. There used to be a cute girl that worked next door, and she would vape, and it smelled like Lee Hing Mui. And I absolutely loved when I was around her when she was on her vape break that they had. But then the other part of it is, you know, in some cases, there are people that were able to use vape to be able to step down from the tars and the nicotines that you get from smoking cigarettes. And so I thought that was kind of a move in the right direction. I don't necessarily pay a lot of attention to you know, the science here, or what some people refer to science. Because even if you're doing something, you're smoking cigarettes, we know that's bad. And you transfer that to vape, which they're going to say is, at least you're not getting the tars and nicotine, and at least you're getting the nicotine hit that you need, and you know, it's kind of a controllable habit as you step down the levels. So look, I smoked for 30 years. I was a 2-pack-a-day smoker for 30 years, and one day I quit smoking cigarettes. I did not break the nicotine habit for a couple of years after that. So I just stopped smoking cigarettes, but I'd take the Nicorette gum, and when I couldn't afford that anymore, because holy mac, that's expensive. Yes. And they wonder why more people aren't chewing it, you know, because it's $70 a pack. So I went from there, and I started doing chew. Samson Twist. And people go, oh, I remember that. That's the old ladies like to chew that. And I say, yeah. So I went from there. I mean, eventually Red Man. But the idea was I know it wasn't it was, but at least I wasn't going to get lung cancer, right?
It was a lesser of
yeah,
all
it was a
evils.
lesser of a couple of evils, and it helped me step down. So if that's what's happening with the vape, then I'm all right. But we've got these comorbidities. Look, I know diet's hard. On Guam, we're addicted to things that taste good. Oh my! And so it's difficult. I'm the guy, and I wish I could get a different price on it, but I go to Jamaican Grill as an example, and I get the red rice with my thing. I only ever eat one. I give the rest to the chicharikas outside, but I only ever eat one of them, and I always feel bad about eating that, even though that one, because trying to control how much of that sweet starchy stuff that I get in my diet. But it's just so hard to do when you get that and the juice that comes with the ribs and that little slaw that they put in there. All of that, you just kind of bundle it up. You make a little, like a sushi thing with the red rice that you get from Jamaican. It's so good. And it's hard for me to resist that second, I don't want to say it, the second scoop of red rice in there. I was going to tell you about burgers. And just just a piece of my life that I want to share with you. I told you I've admitted that my great and I think this is one of those things that irked all of the ex-wives and girlfriends, is that we would go and eat at fancy places. We'd try new things, and I'd look at the menu and go, "Oh, good, they have a cheeseburger here." And they're saying, but they also have a filet mignon, or they've got this, this stuffed Asian filet of whatever, and and you should be trying that because that's what everybody comes here to eat. And I go, yeah, but what if I don't like it and I'm full and I've wasted my time and my energy eating on something that wasn't as satisfying as a cheeseburger? I know I will like the cheeseburger. I used to go to House of Chin Fee in Aganya, the old one. The old House of Chin Fee. And everybody's there, and they're eating all the Chinese food. Oh, my God, that was such good stuff.
They had burgers.
They had burgers. They had a burger. It was $8.57, and Stacks is about the closest thing I can get to that. So they would. It's a hand-thrown burger, and I don't think I might have been the only guy that was doing anything with ground beef in there, but the old Filipino chef in the back would put it together, throw some egg in there, a little binder, hand throw the thing, and make it look like a hamburger with his bare hands. That's where half the flavor came from. And then he'd slap that thing on the grill. And while it's on the grill, he'd stick a couple of pieces of just, Charlie Corn American bakery bread in the toaster, get that toasted, slap the burger on it, stick a piece of cheese, and that was it. That was it. But there was something about the flavor, and I don't know, but the grease that it was cooked on. And I've never been able to replicate that flavor in my life. That there's something about a burger. Like I said, they're easy to make and they're easy to dress up and they're hard to screw up. So that's why it's one of my favorite burgers in the whole wide world. Couple of minutes away from the top of the hour, 888-8255. While I got some time in between here and the Fox News, I thought maybe I'd give you some celebrity birthdays.
Oh yeah.
Kirstie Alley is 71 years old.
Who's that?
You don't remember Kirstie Alley?
No.
From Cheers.
Okay, yeah.
There's two Kirstie Alleys. Yeah. There's the one with comorbidities, and then there's the one without comorbidities.
Okay, now I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yep. Look Who's Talking.
Yes.
I think she was the mom in Look Who's Talking. Anyway, the great Howard Stern is 68 years old. Christian Amanpour, who I always thought was the most elite of all of the elite journalists on CNN, is 64 years old today. Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, is 58 years old.
Oh, happy birthday, Daddy.
Let me put this into perspective here. If you were like 58 years old and you're thinking that you're at the peak in your career and in your life, you're not. You're not. You need only compare yourself to your peer, Jeff Bezos, and know that you've got a little ways to go in the scale of achievement. Singer Rob Zombie is 57 years old. Rachel Harris from New Girl and the show Lucifer is 54 years old. Melanie Chisholm, also known as Sporty Spice, turns 48. Now, actually, these are yesterday's birthdays. I'll get you today's birthdays in just a little bit. In the meantime, stand by. Fox News Live is coming your way in just a second. Yesterday was Kiss a Ginger Day. Kiss a Ginger Day.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw Ginger last night.
Yeah,
over
Gilligan
at
Carabao.
Oh, okay. No, it's Carabao.
Carabao.
But it was one of those like dark hair gingers.
Oh.
Yeah, not hair like fire, opposite. but still with the
curtains match the drapes.
Yeah. 8:59. I don't know. Her husband probably wouldn't let me check. It's at 9 o'clock in the morning. The radio station's KUSG Agutya 93.3. We are The Point. Stand by for Fox News.
More
more tools in the fight against COVID. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The White House COVID response team says they're sending more tests to schools, ordering more therapeutic drugs, and preparing to update mask guidance.
CDC Director Rochelle Walensky says new data shows Omicron is much less severe than Delta, but the 7-day average of deaths has increased by 40%. Walensky says those are likely Delta-related deaths.
We have seen, as you noted, that death rates are down from Omicron of about 91%.
Walensky acknowledged that some masks are better than others, and they will update their mask guidance soon. However,
CDC continues to recommend that any mask is better than no mask.
White House officials say they've ordered more therapeutic drugs and are going to send out 10 million rapid and PCR tests each month to schools. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
The House panel investigating the January 6th Capitol riot has requested an interview and records from House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, seeking information on McCarthy's conversations with former President Trump before, during, and after the riot. Her voice is unmistakable. Ronnie Spector, the Beehive lead singer of 60s girl group The Ronettes, whose hits included Be My Baby, along with Walking in the Rain and Baby I Love You, has died after a brief battle with cancer. In a statement, her family said, in part, Ronnie lived her life with a twinkle in her eye. Ronnie Spector was 78. Inflation jumped at its highest pace in nearly 40 years last month, up 7% from a year earlier.
Gas prices, all types of gas, are up 49.6% year over year. We don't have to tell you at the grocery store, cereal, baking products up 4.8%. That is more than the increases in wages Americans are seeing. Meat and poultry, eggs up 12.5%.
Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. America is listening to Fox News.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Over the past 5 years, confidential data and network breaches have doubled for small and large businesses, resulting in huge financial loss. At GTA, our multi-threat security bundle is a cost-effective solution monitored by our team of experts, ready to detect known malware and stop new evolving cyber threats before entering your network.
Protect your business with confidence and call 671-644-1000 or visit gta.net/enterprise. GTA, we start with you.
A former leader of the Senate is remembered.
Former colleagues are remembering the late Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid. His flag-draped casket is lying in state in the Capitol Rotunda.
But I still feel his spirit is with me every single day.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer succeeded Reid as top Senate Democrat in 2017. Reid led Senate Democrats for 12 years.
I take comfort knowing that Harry is with us in spirit, walking alongside us as we continue the work he dedicated himself to for so many years.
The former Nevada senator died last month at the age of 82. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
A judge has given the okay to go ahead for a lawsuit brought by an American woman who claims she was sexually abused by Prince Andrew when she was 17 to proceed. General Motors wants to help you find a used vehicle.
General Motors is getting into the used car business, taking aim at CarMax, Carvana, and other online platforms with its own used car website at a time when pre-owned car prices are skyrocketing. The Detroit automaker launching a new website it'll call Car Bravo, which GM dealers will use to sell both GM and non-GM vehicles. Customers will be able to shop online or at a GM dealership. GM will also use Black Book to help buy customers' vehicles. The move, a shift in strategy for the company, which was once the largest automaker in the world. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
The nominations for the 28th Annual Screen Actors Guild Awards have been announced, with the cast of Belfast, Coda, House of Gucci, and King Richard nominated for Best Ensemble. Lady Gaga was nominated for her role in House of Gucci, and Ben Affleck for The Tender Bar. The SAG Awards will be handed out February 27th. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Attention Guam Power Authority commercial accounts.
GPA proudly announces that our Energy Sense rebate program has just gotten bigger and better to include customers on rate schedule G and J. With GPA's Energy Sense program, commercial accounts can receive up to $350 per ton in rebates with the purchase of a qualified unit through any of our approved vendors. The GPA Energy Sense rebate program helps lower energy costs, improves energy efficiency, and saves you money. Visit us at GuamPowerAuthority.com/EnergySense. Effective dates for units may vary.
Fuel up today with the new $8 gasolina meal. 2 all-beef Nathan's hot dogs, a big bag of chips, regular size M&Ms, and a 16-ounce gasolina energy drink. The brand new drink in a black can that brings a burst of energy. Drive in now and fire up your day with the $8 gasolina meal. Promo is only available at your favorite Circle K Guam locations while supplies last. Circle K, take it easy.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nambo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Is this the part where I go, howdy? Howdy. We got to get Andrew's howdy on tape. I got to make him do a bunch of them, and we'll just get those on tape. Enjoy some Texas-sized family meals at Chili's. They've got full racks of Chili's world-famous fall-off-the-rib baby back ribs. They're margarita chicken, savory shrimp. There's beef fajita, and more. I don't know how you can get more in that. That's already a lot of food. I'll find out in just a second. For just $45 at Chili's, more life and bigger meals happen there.
Real Talk Radio is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
7 after 9 o'clock in the morning, Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you on it's Thursday, right? So tomorrow's Friday, but I'm gonna borrow some beach time from Friday today. That's my plan. Randy Landis on the air the other day said that we've got some empty beaches around here, and I think that's fantastic. So I'm going to try as much as possible to take advantage of that. 7 after 9. I just changed the camera angle here to bring in somebody that's sitting in Mona's chair, and it's my friend Marcus Fong from multiple locations. There's the Coca-Cola, there's Glimpses, Mariana's Business Journal, Subway, and Chili's. And I want to say thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity for Andrew and Amanda, who helped me out with the correct Texan pronunciation of howdy.
I was impressed.
I was impressed as well, and so I was joking around. I said, it'd be great if I could get a gift certificate. Marcus wrote me back almost immediately. He says, I'm preparing a gift certificate for them now. I don't know that they've gone and redeemed it yet over at the Chili's. I have not gotten the report yet.
I don't know if they've picked it up, but it's sitting there waiting for
Just waiting for them. Yep. So on the Chili's thing, just because I'm sure you know. So what's the and more? There's a and more in the thing here, and I'm going, what do you need to put more? There's already ribs. There's the full rack of ribs, margarita chicken, shrimp, and beef fajita, and more. What more could there possibly be?
Jalapeno sausage.
Huh. Really?
Yes.
And all of the fixings that go with it.
All of it that goes with it.
Have I ever had a jalapeno sausage?
I don't know, but if you haven't, you need to.
All right. It would be one of those things that stayed in my head going, oh, my God, that's good.
Yes.
I've complimented the chef about this before. Some restaurants will do kind of a blooming onion thing, but you guys have invented onion petals, which I think is a great creation. It's basically the same thing, but it's the parts of and so you get different levels of fry and different levels of crisp and moist onion in that, plus the sauce that goes with it.
Oh, absolutely.
Good things happening at Chili's. I was going to ask a question about what are your tourist numbers looking like these days, but I I know that the answer to that is going to be flat to none because they aren't flying a whole lot of airplanes with tourists in anymore.
No, they're not. We saw a few, back a couple months ago, and then we were really excited. Actually, I had a server come up and said, last night we had a couple of tourists come in and they were taking pictures of the food. I didn't know what to do.
Give them more food. It's a couple of complimentary drinks to keep them in the building.
But that's largely flattened down.
I imagine. Good news on the military front. We just had a big exercise out here and a whole bunch of people in town. Chamber and many others crowing about the fact that there are going to be 6 major exercises coming to Guam, and that's going to be good for all of the businesses, huh?
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. Our servers are looking forward to that. I mean, that's a big part of our business.
And we'd like it to be military and tourists and locals, but you take what God gives you these days, and hopefully we'll have those lines around the corner for people trying to get into Chili's. Yet once again, it's always interesting and a little bit sad when we hear about businesses that are closing down here and up in the CNMI because of COVID-19 and the general downturn in the economy. But you and the rest of the Fong family seem to be reversing of that trend here. You're able to keep the lights on in your stores, and you're adding stores. We are now up to 15 Subways on Guam now?
15, yep.
So you got another one in Mingilao.
Well, we relocated that one. It's not a new one.
Ah.
So we had one in Mingilao. We've been
in
the
there, Castle Building.
In the Castle Building. We've been there for 20 years.
Yes.
And we've, I think, needed to move to a bigger spot, grow with the community.
All right. And so where is it at now?
We have moved onto the main road in the mobile service station across the street.
Oh, I'll be darned.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's kind of a go-to location, one of the larger of the C stores that they've got in the mobile family. And now there is a Subway in there.
Yep. Subway in there. And there's a big sign, a couple of seating. And I think it's just a lot more convenient. We're on the main road.
Yep.
We don't have to turn in, and so a lot more visibility as well.
And a big deal for tomorrow when they open the doors over at the grand opening of the Mangilao Subway. What's the special deal for customers?
Buy one, get one free.
I like that.
It's our classic.
Okay, and now it's you get one and a soda, and then we're going to give you another one.
Yes.
Okay, got that. So you can get either another one of the sandwiches that you've made. Is it? Somebody will ask, is this one of those where it's got to be the same or equal value of or lesser value of the other one that you've got?
Yeah. So don't worry, our POS system will manage all of that. So just order your 2 sandwiches. We'll charge you the right one and the drink, and you get the free one.
Oh, I see. Okay, all right, I got that. So that's going to be happening over at the Subway buy one get one free offer, and only at the Subway in Mangilao. For those of you that, and it should be everybody. I mean, it's not like Mangilao is at either end of the island. It's kind of in the middle of everything.
Yeah, and it's a growing community. That's one of the reasons why when we were looking at this, we said 20 years at this location.
Right.
We were looking around the community. The growth is really on the main thoroughfare, so we said we need to be closer to the main.
There is some of that, and it couples real well with some of the other things going on in there. In that there's a crazy number of schools in the area and other businesses that are opening up and have opened up in Mangilao area. So you've got plenty of customers just nearby.
Yes, and a lot of the customers almost all the customers that went to our old location immediately knew that we were across the street.
It's hard to miss. 9:13 in the morning. Marcus Fong with the Subway family and asking Subway questions. Would it not have been easier to try to take a look at some of the other stores and shut them down? I mean, it's a tough economy. It's hard to find employees anymore.
Oh, yeah. Not all the stores are doing as well as you described them to be, but, we're a staple. With the community around them all rely on us, so we're trying to do our best to stay. Some of those don't really make a lot of sense right now, but we're doing our best to try to stay.
So you've got a drive-through up in Gigo at the gas station.
We do.
Is the one in Mangilao, could that one possibly turn into a drive-through location?
Trust me, we've explored it. It wasn't built for that, and to try to create a drive-through in there would have caused too much of a ruckus.
I'm still fuzzy on the concept, and honestly, I haven't had a chance to go up to the Subway up in Gigo to test it out, because I don't live up in that part of town. That's more than 2 or 3 lights away, and frankly, there are another set of Subways within about a mile of where I live and work, so I don't often get a chance to try it. But the whole idea behind Subway for me was to stand in front of it and literally watch the guy make my sandwich. So I'm going to be missing that experience when I go up to Gigo, right?
Yeah, if you go to the drive-thru, you'll miss watching the guy make your sandwich for you. But it's a lot more convenient. You stay in your car. We just actually installed a second line on that drive-thru that went live this week.
I'll be darned.
So now we've got 2 sandwich lines. So we want to be interrupting the guys that are in the restaurant.
Right.
And we have a second line in the back that will be making your drive-through orders.
And so, same instructions while I'm making the order. This is the meat I want. This is the kind of cheese I want, and light lettuce on the side, and everything in the I forget what it is on the left side. If you're the server, if you're the guy making it, it's all of the things on the left side. All of those are the ones that I like. The jalapeno peppers and the banana peppers and the olives, et cetera, et cetera. Everything is over on that side. That's all I want: mayo and mustard, and that's it. And they can do the same thing, right?
They can do the exact same thing, and you can do it all at once. You order at the speaker box, give them your order, and then they'll make it.
I like the ideas. And you have sodas and cookies and things like that. It's the same experience. I promise you I will give it a shot. But as I said, the problem is there's a Subway up the street on Route 8 from my place. On the way home, if I want Subway, I will go to the one at the mobile station down here in Tamuning.
Okay.
Are there any other locations that you got your eye on?
Well, we've got some plans this year. We're going to be relocating. We may be relocating some. We may be remodeling some.
Right.
COVID in 2020, 2021's really slowed us down, so we're trying to make up for that backlog.
There's every once in a while I'll go to a Subway and there will be somebody in front of me that's ordering for the entire office, and I'm going, you know what? Maybe they can put that together in the back. Is there a kinder, gentler, easier way for people that are coming in from an office with a dozen people to get all of the orders in? So I'm not behind that guy?
Well, we've got delivery. So if you want to do that online, we're partnered with Good to Go.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So if you go online, you can put in your office order and everything and pay a couple bucks and they'll deliver it to your office. So that's one way. The other way, you can phone in, or the other way is stand in front of Ray and hold him up.
But I'll be nice about it. I'll try not to breathe through my nose too much. 916, Mon and I were joking around about plastic bags and stuff, and she had remarked the last time she went to a Subway, they didn't have the plastic bag.
No, well, I mean, we all have to follow the law. So as of January 1st, we no longer have plastic bags.
I thought you guys were an exemption because there's food that goes inside of it.
So food, we can do paper. There's a little bit of a gray area that we're looking into because so the law defines it as there's bakery goods and prepackaged foods, not prepackaged foods can go into plastic bags. But we wrap ours in the paper and then we put it out. So it's kind of a gray. So we're trying to get clarity on that. In the meantime, we don't want to.
Don't want to scoff at it.
Yeah,
I don't know who's enforcing it.
Nobody thus far, but
I don't want to be that guy, but I'm that guy. Who's enforcing it? If nobody's enforcing the law, then there is no law.
But we have switched over to paper bags upon request.
All right, and is it the same feel? Because I keep remarking about this. There's a feel. There's something comfortable about the way the sandwich and the paper wrap and the bag, and the plastic bag feels, and you got room in there for your potato chips and a soda if you want. If you get it in the bottle.
Yeah, it's still the same feel. It's that long bag, fits 2 foot longs. You can put your drink or chips.
All right. Well, if Subway people know, so go and find the new place out in McGill and see what's going on there. 917. Normally we'd go, hey, thanks for coming by, but it's a rare opportunity for me to get some time with Marcus Fong, the businessman, and these are interesting times for businesses. We're talking about the hospitality industry, and we were all set to go gung-ho Marines. It was the middle of November, and we're looking at thousands of arrivals from Korea and Taiwan and all kinds of other places coming into Guam, and things looked like we were about to turn a corner, and then stupid Omicron hit. And that amplified the level of knee-jerk reactions again worldwide, and all the people that we thought were going to be coming in ain't coming in, and maybe it's going to be February or March before we start to see things start turning again.
Hopefully,
and hopefully there's no Deltacron or something else that comes along behind it. How are businesses surviving?
The sales level of 2021, we knew was going to be a little bit depressed. So, we had to react to it.
Yeah.
We thought 22 was going to be better. We think it still will, but maybe a little bit late. The real pressure that we're feeling is on the cost side. Everything is going up. The cost of food, the cost of labor, the cost of everything is going up.
Those paper bags that we were talking about just a second ago.
More expensive than plastic.
Yes.
For sure.
Yeah.
So a lot of those things are now becoming reality. It's hitting us. And so, what do? We have the tough choice of how much do we raise? Do we raise? What do we cut? What do we not cut? I think those are going to be the crucial decisions.
Yours is not a very vertical market, though. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like you've got control from point A to point B. All of the things that we were talking about, those items in the four, the last four on the mix there, each one of the prices for all of those have gone up. I've heard that you can't make a pizza for $1 a slice anymore because the cost of everything that goes into the pizza, from the dough to the sauce to the cheeses to the box that it comes in, the prices for all of those things have gone up.
Absolutely. So all the raw materials, all the proteins, we've seen increases. Dairy has just gone off past the roof. So
cost of employees has gone up too.
Cost of employees, and then getting employees has been a challenge for us, especially in the service industry.
Yeah. Well, and yours isn't a burger flipping operation, at least in the subways. It's not a burger flipping operation. It takes you got to have some on the ball here to be able to assemble that. It's an assembly line process, but it happens multiple times, and it's never the same twice, depending on who's making the order. So you've got to have somebody that's got the sense that God gave horses to be able to stay on top of those orders on a regular.
Yeah, and also be able to interact with people, so you're not standing in front of a fryer or a cooker or whatever, but you're actually dealing with people. So you've got some people skills that we have to make.
Yeah. Well, now on the fine dining side, I'm sure that the pressures are the same. Are you having the same issues? I mean, it's one of those things where anybody can do this, but when we go to the back of the house, there are certain activities that take place that not just anybody can do. I mean, I know how to make a steak, but if I screw it up, then it's me. I've got to eat it. If you screw up a customer's order on something, then there are real world ramifications for all of that.
Absolutely. So training is crucial, making sure that we've got the right people, and I think the grunt work and the tolerance level is what's causing the service industry to really suffer, because you've got folks that are out for whatever reason. Let's say they test positive and they can't come to work, and that shifts the burden over to the people that do come to work.
That means managers are on the floor.
Oh, managers are on the floor. We've got managers, driving trucks at times just to make sure products get out to the accounts and customers. So we're scrambling, and thankfully, everybody's can be pitching in.
Yeah.
But then that's going to inevitably impact the level of service, and then you've got customers that are expecting the same or better level of service, and that tension really builds up.
Is there a message that needs to go out to the consumers? I mean, we all live under the same rule that the customer is always right, but there need to be times where the customer is cognizant and aware. Don't complain about the price to your server. Your server has heard that already, and there's nothing the server can do about it. And if the prices weren't where they were, that might not be the same caliber of service that you got.
Yeah, and that's why I personally go out to the restaurants. I talk to our servers. I remind them that, hey, the guests are coming in with their own set of experiences. Maybe they had a bad day at the office. Maybe they had a bad day at with a friend. Whatever. They understand, and they're going to come in and they're going to expect your regular service. And if you can't give it to them, that irritation level goes up.
Yeah, there's a friction point.
Yeah, but I think it goes both ways. I think there's a tolerance, and I think a lot of people understand that. It's not just us. I've been to other restaurants. I've been to other retail establishments where they're shorthanded. They've got challenges stocking shelves.
Nice. Yeah, please be nice to the employees that came today.
Yeah,
because they're covering their shift and somebody else's shift because he's home with the COVID-19 or watching somebody that's got the COVID-19.
Yep, and I'm going into the restaurants every day, doing my part to remind the servers and just let them know that, hey, thank you for coming in.
Yeah. There's always a silver lining somewhere in the dark cloud that is Omicron and what we've been dealing with for the last 22 months. Where's the silver lining in there? What do you? I mean, this is always, you're a manager like I am, and one of the things that I strive to do is, what am I learning here? What lessons am I learning that are going to be applicable in the next disaster?
I think looking at how well we prepare, how well we staff. I always told my team that we were fortunate that we weren't overextended. We were fairly conservative in the way that we run the business.
Yeah.
So when we came out, we were able to keep a lot of people. We did not lay off a single person throughout this whole period.
That's something else.
We came in and we said, look, everybody's going to have to make a sacrifice. The servers, a lot of people had to cut their hours, and inevitably they had to do that. But everybody shared in the burden. We didn't have to come in and say, you know what?
Yeah,
we're you're out.
Management's going to stick around, but you guys at the bottom of the totem pole, you're all done.
Yeah, so we try to be as transparent as possible, as communicative as possible, and I think this really amplified the necessity for that. During good times, this doesn't really matter as much, or it doesn't feel like it matters as much.
Well, but you get to a certain point where, and I know for the restaurants, it was tougher, restaurants and bars and many other businesses, but those two in particular, because the rules had changed so drastically for you and so many times.
Yes.
So let's talk about the uncertainty of COVID-19, and this has foiled everybody's best laid plans.
Absolutely.
To move forward.
Yeah, and we really got the team, I think the management team and even down to the frontliners, they all responded very well. They understood that we needed to stick together in order to get through this. So despite all the changes from now it's no dine-in, now it's 50% dine-in, now it's you have to run to the curb. I mean, we had times where our teams had to run out to the restaurant. People weren't allowed to go even step into the restaurant. That was a huge shift in the way. People are like, "What? Now I got to take the food outside."
Yes, you have to take the well. But the good news is, and you don't have to worry about going back to the enforcer on the table and checking them because they ain't eating inside. But in the process, though, I think one of the things that we've all learned is that there was apparently a sleeping giant in the takeaway business.
Yeah, and I think the whole industry was headed towards that. This accelerated it, and we've had to learn with it really quickly.
Well, you said you've got a partnership with who is it? Good to Go.
Yes.
Good to Go. All right. So you've got that, and I think that's a new component to a lot of people in the fine dining industry, even in the fast food industry. But the other part of this comes down to what has been referred to. I'm trying to remember who told me it. We were in the middle of some disaster. I can't remember whether it was 2020, the Twin Towers, or whether it was another one of these diseases, and we weren't seeing as many people flying in as we all thought we would. And somebody referred to that as the time of remembering who your friends are. The time of partnership and giving favors and receiving favors. We've all got people that we work with over time, and eventually, you get into these relationships, and it's not going to be the best of times for everybody. So I'm sure that this was one of those scenarios where you found out who your real friends were.
Well, we've had a lot of business partners. I mean, we couldn't do this alone. We certainly aren't alone. We're all in the same boat. So it really behooves us to work together.
And hopefully we'll all be together again when this is all done. Once this disaster has passed, we're all going to still have to look at each other the same way. Marcus and I, we've been friends for many years. We've been business partners of one kind or another over all of these years. And I remember when all of this first started, and we're advertising, and it's capital A on the budgets, and one of the first things that people look at. And fortunately, and I'll say it, I think one of the strengths is we've been able to maintain that relationship with you. These are hard times for you. You're a partner of mine, and I need you to be here and supporting my business. And the best way I can do that is to support your business, added value on top of the ads and things like that, which we've done for many other advertisers. Because that's just the way it is around here. We can't say, all right, I can't charge you the filet mignon prices anymore, but keep coming in here and having potato chips and stuff. And then when I can charge you the filet mignon rate card, then I will.
Yep.
And so that's kind of the unspoken agreement. Well, it's spoken now that we've been working under, because and it was a point that I made with all of the people that do a lot of advertising around here. Is look, we're going to work with you to make sure that you can continue to get the message out, keep your business healthy, because it keeps my business healthy.
I think that's the epitome of that relationship.
So that's how it works, guys. But the rest of this all comes down to we've got the hope that we will return to a time of normality. We've got the hope that there are going to be opportunities in the future. Now, without giving away too many of your secrets, if you've got any capex left in the budget, what are you looking at? What's tantalizing to you and the other guys?
Well, as I was saying earlier, the spending, we just can't, take the list and just say cross this out, cross this out, cross this out. I think we have to be very strategic about it. So even advertising, as much as we say, well, why do we need to advertise now? We still spend money.
Got to keep people coming in.
Yeah, we got to remind that people we're still here. So in terms of capex, we're still looking at it, but we've just got to be really strategic about it. In 20 and 21, we really had to pare down on that just to keep the finances going. I think in 22, we're going to have to go back. So we're going to be remodeling some locations. We're going to be upgrading some equipment. We're going to be upgrading our fleet. We're looking at different things, but we're having to be really, really diligent about how we question those.
But are there high volume opportunities out there? Are there COVID-19 resistant opportunities that are out there that you see? I mean, obviously, you fine dining in the food game, so that people got to eat, and so let's try to keep top of mind and make sure that we're among their first of the top 5 choices when they are thinking about going out and eating. But you know what else is out there? Because you're not just food. Like I said, Glimpses and the Mariana's Business Journal, and if you drink a Coca-Cola, it came through his warehouse. You're looking at other opportunities for here, and maybe even include Saipan now.
Well, Saipan has actually done a phenomenal job last year. We actually saw growth last year, even compared to 2019.
Wow!
So whether that be from the local money that's floating around through the local economy, because they're not getting that many more tourists than Guam is.
Right.
But I think there's a lot more money floating around. I'm not sure exactly, where the money's coming from, but there is. So we're certainly investing in that. We're looking at other opportunities to build either new or relocate some of the operations that we've got, bring in new products.
Yeah.
We've been looking at innovative products. When you talk about Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola's been really hard at work at building some of that portfolio, and we're hoping to bring some of that in.
Well, as soon as we can get containers filled with enough aluminum cans, then we can start enjoying that Coca-Cola coffee drink that you gave me.
Yeah, that's another problem. Aluminum is a big problem.
It shouldn't be in my mind, but the cost of nobody's going and picking up aluminum cans anymore because you can't get a whole lot of money in the recycling game, and nobody's buying the recyclables in aluminum. So there's product out there that can be sent for smelting and things like that. But they're not buying it.
It's not happening, and all the aluminum suppliers are putting constraints.
Yeah,
or they're restricting what each company can get.
Yeah.
And so the Coca-Cola company has been probably one of the more resilient because they're the bigger ones, and even they've been put on the constraint list.
Yeah.
So you can imagine what the rest of the industry looks like.
It kind of disheartening. Well, the good news is it doesn't always have to come in a can. I've always been fascinated, and especially on the foremost side with Coca-Cola and the ice creams. Just really, if you've never been on a tour of the facilities, one of these days ask for them, because it's absolutely amazing the efficiencies that bottlers and ice cream manufacturers have created for themselves over the years.
You absolutely have to. That's the only way you can grow. It's the volume game, and so you have to be able to be efficient. You have to pump out hundreds of thousands of units per hour in order to make it worth your while.
So I can't imagine that there isn't a day that goes by where you open up an email or you get a phone call from somebody a couple of offices down that says, guess what? You talk about supply line issues, and here we are on Guam at literally the end of the supply chain, and virtually every product that you make has a raw material that needs to come here on an airplane or a ship. How often are you hearing from your people saying, "Guess what they're out of today? Guess what didn't make the ship in L.A.?"
I have learned so much. So I've got a really, really good import-export team that has been handling all this stuff that largely kind of cushioned me from some of this stuff. Right. I have been pushed into that role now. So every day I'm learning more and more about shipping. I'm learning more and more about logistics, trucking, what gets on the container, how to load containers. I mean, I can tell you how many pallets, the weights and all these, just trying to reconfigure it. It's a Jenga game every single day.
I was going to say that there's another wholesaler that I'll tell you who off the air, but there's another wholesaler. Same thing. He kind of fell into this business and realized that 99% of it is just getting the product here. The thing about marketing and plugging it and doing promotions and things like that, that's a small, insignificant part of it. The real challenge is being able to get the inventory and then get the inventory on Guam.
It's the uniqueness of being on Guam and being so far away. If you're a distributor in the U.S., you've got somebody doing that for you. They pack trucks, they do all this stuff, they'll load it to the brim, and they'll get it to you. You got to worry about getting it out to the customer.
Yeah, and all of the stuff that happens afterwards. 9:33, Marcus Fong in the studio, and it's always a fun time when we talk to him. I want to offer congratulations on the new store out in Mangilao. As I drive through there, I will think about getting myself one of those foot-long BMTs on. It's not 9-grain honey oat. It is
Hardy multigrain.
That's the one, and the usual stuff in the process. Virtually identical to the very first Subway sandwich I ever had in my life. And I remember when there was just the one store on Guam up in Jigo where everybody went for it. 9:33. But a couple of things before I let you run. Number one is orange drink. Where's the orange drink? Tell me.
I thought we agreed that was.
No, you didn't say anything about orange drink. It was the other thing.
Yeah, no, the orange drink is always in the works. We're looking at different things, but we just talked about raw material.
Yeah,
we're trying to get the stuff that we've got. Banana Suzanne. We're trying to keep Banana Suzanne on the pipeline. We're trying to get Coke Zero into the pipeline.
Right.
I think that's going to push back a little bit.
Okay, but you're always looking for it, and there's always an opportunity, folks. But I did talk to people that said a suitable replacement for it is Fanta Orange.
Fanta Orange, and we've got that. We've got a lot of that.
Plenty of that. Okay, so go to the store and buy some of those flavors. And the other one, and I don't know whether you can see it on the camera, but it looks like you got a jiu-jitsu thing on your face.
Oh, do I?
Yeah. So did you lose a match?
No, I don't know. I guess I did.
Have you? That's got to be a great stress reliever for you. I mean, you go through the trials and the tribulations of being the guy that brings in all of this stuff, or deals with it when you can't bring it in.
Yeah.
But that's got to be a great way to shed the anxiety.
It helps. Every little bit helps. A little bit of aggression here, a little bit of meditation here.
Yeah.
Evens it out.
All right. The more and more, I don't know why, but it's become kind of a fixture on some Instagram videos that I look at. Every other one is somebody doing an exercise, or a Filipina chick doing a dunk 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 dance, or somebody doing some kind of martial arts, which is crazy fun. And a lot of it is the jiu-jitsu that everybody seems to be getting into these days.
Yeah, I think that's that's an up-and-coming growing sport. It has been for many, many years. And I got into it. It's my 10th year to be in the game.
Get any good at it?
I think so. I mean, my professor just gave me my black belt last month, so I think somebody thinks I'm okay at it.
How about that? But it seems that there's somebody's inventing a new move all the time, and these are complex moves that you're doing. I used to think that Aikido was the most complex of the self-defense sports or martial arts. But the more I watch some of the things that you guys are doing in those rough gis, it's just amazing how much you've got to keep in your head and how many more moves you've got to know than the guy that you're sparring with.
The more people that do it, the more creativity comes out, and then there's a new thing, and you've got to, when you have one thing, you have to be able to respond to it
and adapt.
And it just keeps going.
And that's the fun of it. As Bruce Lee says, be like water. It's 9:36 in the morning. Marcus, thank you very much for coming in and spending some time. It's always fun. Congratulations on the McGee store. We'll do this again when you tell me about another location that you're going to be opening, or the next big deal over at Chili's.
Sounds good.
All right, looking forward to it. It's 9:36. I'll be right back.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
At Guam Auto Spot, we're starting 2022 with a bang during our New Year, New Ride sales event. Right now, you can get the all-new Buick Encore as low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down. Or the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander as low as $201 per paycheck, 0 down. Get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com or schedule a test drive today at 478 Auto.
Need to finish the job or start one the right way? Get the right stuff at East West Rental Center. You can switch to easy mode using industrial strength equipment. With years of experience helping builders, East West Rental gives you exactly what you need. Tools for landscaping, concrete, lifts, trucks, tables, tents, chairs, water blasters, excavators, forklifts, air compressors, and more. Call East West Rental Center at 646-1463 or visit them in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 to 5, Sundays 8 to 5.
On there. So I get a what do you think? A gizmo. I'd ask Crystal about what is it? The COVID-19, the car score, and she sent me a link to a video. She said it's in there. I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to try to do this now and talk and copy and paste while I'm doing this on the radio thing. 888-825-5888-TA. Okay, is the telephone number around here. Okay, then need to send it to there. Press the copy of the paste button there, and then it will show up here. Hi. Hi, Inside Radio and Inside Video. Some of you will not like the video just because you don't like the presenter on it, but according to Crystal, this is where the information can be found. It is interesting to me because it comes from a video that they made. Are you ready for this? When we were striving for 5.
Wow.
There's a great memory.
I remember.
We're going to strive for 5 and then get the car score down to 5. And then we can end this public health emergency. We'll open the schools, the restaurants, and the bars, and the gyms, and the movie theaters, and the bingo halls. We'll open everything because we will have hit a car score of 5. Okay. But anyway, let me get this up on the screen. And somewhere in here, in the 5 minutes or so, and I hope it's early, there's an explanation of the car score. Ready, get set.
My dear people of Guam, this has been a long road, and we are now at a critical point in our fight against COVID-19. This virus hears no cries, sees no tears, and is willing to consume every measure of air we breathe. Today, we are experiencing the devastating consequences this virus has shown us. Overwhelmed hospitals, strained nurses, exhausted doctors, isolated families, and too many precious lives lost and whose loved ones are left to grieve. As your governor, it is my duty to report to you that given the rise in positive cases and increase in hospitalizations, the state of our island is fragile. As your governor, it is my responsibility to lead and to set a new course in our response to this health crisis. 2 weeks ago, I said every resource we have is working to contain COVID-19, to slow and stop its deadly spread, and that continues to be true. To stop the rise of COVID-19 cases, we executed 5 actions. 1. Deploying the Rapid Engagement Team in subdivisions most vulnerable for COVID-19 spread. 2. Working directly with FSM community leaders and have them involved in our outreach efforts. 3. Increased our daily testing to an average of over 600 tests per day. 4. Shifting our messaging to focus on spread within and between households, spread at workplaces, and please to avoid eating with people not in your household. And 5, increase public awareness of increasing deaths and hospital census overflow. With these 5 actions, we have seen an overall downward trend for daily new cases over the past 13 days and test positivity rates for the past 19 days. However, both are still dangerously high. But in that same special address, I also said that you, the people of Guam, are the solution. Your choices, your commitment, and your tireless vigilance are the only way this will end. And this remains true as well. As your governor, I will continue to do whatever I can to end this pandemic. But I need your help. Several months ago, we introduced the COVID Area Risk Score, also known as the CAR score. We utilized this score to determine the risk of travelers introducing the virus from their point of origin, and it was effective at calculating that risk. To aid in our response efforts, we have updated the CAR score to take into account our incidence of new cases, how well our testing is able to identify these cases, and the rate of spread. At the time of this recording, our CAR score is 9.8. This means that viral transmission within our community is high. Under normal circumstances, we would be using this time to prepare for Thanksgiving and Christmas, gathering with our friends and families. We can still celebrate these holidays. It's not impossible. If we achieve a CAR score of 5 or less for the next few weeks, then I will be inclined to lift additional social gathering restrictions. This is entirely possible if we all do our part, wearing our masks, practicing social distancing, being extra cautious around those not in our household, and staying home as much as possible. But a CAR score of 5 does not mean we are out of the woods just yet. To fully suppress COVID, we will need to be below a score of 2.5 like we were for a majority of summer.
And like we were for a big chunk of 2000. And it's an interesting nugget of history of COVID-19 here on Guam. The recording made in November of 2020, and that's why the reference to Thanksgiving and things like that. What'd she say the CAR score was? Like 9 or something like that? There we go. But we're gonna get under 5. We're gonna get to 2.5, and then you remember we went through that long period where we were in decimal points of a Cabrera, less than 1 Cabrera, but we were still not enough to end the COVID-19 public health emergency, and it's about where we are now. 9:45 in the morning, and I don't see where the CAR score formula is on that. So I might ask if I can get actually the thing in right. I think Crystal was just trying to get me one way or the other to play the video. I think that it's possible. Yeah. She's like, let's see if we can get ready to play the video. This will be fun.
They're laughing over there right now, Ray. He did it.
He did it. He actually did it. Oh, my God. All right, I won't fall for that one twice there. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number. Oh, I got an offer. I can tell you who it's from. I got an offer to swing by. It's a friend of ours, a mutual friend of ours, and he's saying, look, we do testing in my office. Why don't you come by after the show, and I can give you a test, and we'll get you the results in 15 minutes, and it'll be free. And I'm going, yeah, maybe I'll do that.
Can you keep quiet about it?
Because he got cute chicks at his office, bro. Well, I don't know. And that's the other thing. Okay, so what happens if I get the test and it comes out positive? All morning long, I've been reaching for the coffee as I'm going to swig now.
Oh, yeah.
Still tastes like hot water. But I feel like I'm getting a little bit more of a sense of a coffee flavor out of that right now. I was a little bit concerned earlier this morning because I couldn't taste my coffee or my orange, the Hawaiian orange drink or something like that. And but I'm wondering if maybe it was just a question of I just need to wake up my mouth or something. Is that
it happens, man?
Could it be? I don't know. Well, the thing is,
at least you didn't panic.
I'm not the panicky
you're
kind.
Not the panic guy.
I don't generally, and I was parsing in my head, just trying to be thoughtful about what would happen next if it did turn out to be COVID-19 or something like that. And I think the answer is just keep living my life. And you're probably in touch right now. You're probably in proximity right now of somebody that has got COVID-19. And don't know. And maybe they took the test, but they still don't know. And they haven't gotten word one way or the other that they're negative or positive, so they just keep on doing what they're doing. And that's the thing. Somebody I know said that's exactly the situation. She had the test and had to go back to the place where she got the test to get the results because there was no communication. Nobody is answering the phone or any of that stuff. And as it turns out, she was positive. She turned out positive for COVID-19. Well, in the meantime, between the test and mind you, she was not symptomatic when she took the test. But it was one of those things. Well, out of an abundance of caution, so take the test, don't hear from anybody, and no news is good news, right? Let's go beachy. Let's go beachy. I'm talking about booze cruise, weekday drinking. Come on, let's burn this house down. 9:47 in the morning. What's that, Frank? What's Frank want to talk about?
COVID.
Let's
do it.
And
the governor's response.
Let's do it, Frank. Buenas den Hoffaday. Welcome to the program.
Buenas, Ray. Man, I'm just hearing you talk about that. This mandates, man. Already, man. So you need to end it already, man. It's not doing anything.
Stumby, right?
She destroyed the economy already, Ray.
I think
we're going to put it back together. It's destroyed.
There's a lot of people that had their hand in that. The good news is that Carl Gutierrez is on it. The bad news is not everybody at Adeloop respects the ideas and the thinking that comes out of Carl's mouth. That's the unfortunate part.
Yes, and the governor knows that her mandates aren't working, and it's destroying the economy. I mean, if it means opening up and we're still going to get the same results as if we're closed. I mean, leave it open. I mean, she needs to learn from Florida and Texas. You know, they can't stop it. Even California, what they're doing, all those mandates.
Oh boy, it's gonna spread. That's what happens. That's the reality of it.
But do we have to destroy the economy at the same time?
We did not have to, and we don't have to right now. You and I are on the same page here. End all of the restrictions. You know, we can have every bar and restaurant maxed out capacity now, and instead of having the social distancing. Obviously, I don't know how to what degree that works. That's never been proven to me. What's that?
And we're still going to get the same results, even with all the mandates they put, all the mandates in the world that they have. Look at China; they're still spreading.
Yes,
they're locking them up, bolting them into the house, boarding up their windows and locking them down in the buildings, and it's still spreading.
We've seen it.
And you know when this pandemic ends, Ray?
When
we vote these freaking cronies out of office.
Election day, 220.
That's when it ends.
226 days, Chiller.
We vote these people out.
Well, we got to vote new people in. Who do you know that's running that is going to make a difference?
And the legislature didn't even do its job. They had a role to play in this, you know, and they just sat back and they destroyed this economy.
They are just as responsible.
They are just as responsible as Lou.
But here's let me ask you the question again, Frank. So if we vote these guys out, who are we going to replace them with? I mean, there's some new names out there. Sandra Regis and John Ananich wants a shot at representing us at the legislature. But there needs to be a whole lot more.
Where people like you, Ray, have to come in and ask what are they going to do about it.
I intend to, because they're all going to be coming to me looking for airtime.
And if we're gonna try a different approach to what's going on with this pandemic, then let's give them a shot, because what the governor's doing and what this legislature, you know, that the majority is doing down there, it's not working.
Agree. 9:50 in the morning. You have a terrific day. Gabe's on the line. Welcome to the program, Gabe.
Hello, Ray.
Huffa.
My son goes to a liberal university in Northern California, and over Thanksgiving, he lives in an apartment now. It's not in the dorms. And he did exactly what you did. He lost his sense of taste. He prides himself as a gourmet cook now. And all of a sudden, he couldn't, oh, my God. So he went down to Walmart, got a home test, 2 in a pack for $26. And he tested positive. Okay, now his roommate had left like 3-4 days before, and he's in an apartment by himself. So he calls me, and he's already got a plan. He's having his cousin deliver some food just outside the apartment. He won't come in, and it's Thanksgiving, and he's not going to tell the school because they will quarantine him and lock him down and all that stuff. So anyway, it was two test things in one kit. And so it was, 5-6 days later, since the taste started coming back, and he did the other test, and he was negative. And his roommate came back a few days later, and he went back to school, between Thanksgiving and Christmas, and everything's fine. And my point here is, he was a responsible kid. And he handled it appropriately and without government intervention.
Imagine that. In California, no less, where the government wants to intervene in everything.
Well, and we're basically the same here. And I'll tell you, just get the government out of it, and everybody will just have, like they do in Florida and Texas, and like they've done in Sweden all along. You handle your own selves. We recommend social distancing. We recommend face masks. We recommend sanitizers. Wash your hands. Basic stuff, and we're living with COVID. It ain't going away.
The problem, Gabriel, and you know this, is that our representatives in the government, I think, believe that they are better than us and smarter than us, and that we are incapable of doing what is right for ourselves and the rest of the community. Thus, we need to be browbeaten into this. We apparently didn't read the right books or attend the right schools or any of that stuff. We are the rubes that must be controlled for their own safety. And I disagree with that, and I disagree with it completely when they scoff at their own rules rules and regulations and have fundraising birthday parties and hang out at the top of the Tsubaki Towers with no masks and no social distancing, or they have work meetings where they get together and do little skits for Christmas. There are a different set of rules for these so-called elites than there are for all of the rest of us. And I agree with Frank, and I believe I'm agreeing with you. We need to get these people out of our lives as fast as possible and as much as possible.
Well, there's another part to this, and I totally agree with what you said, that they think they're smarter, and then, we're just the stupid populace.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll make but there's another part of this is they have assumed power that we never gave them, and they love it. And you give someone power, Ray, and they're not going to give if they give it up, it will be reluctantly, and that's what we got.
Gabe, I love the sound. I love the sound. You're striking a lot of chords here. It's not just the elected representatives at Adelup or the elected representatives so-called down at the legislature. It is a variety of all kinds of people in and around the public health community that have never run for office, that are making decisions about our safety and our health without the consultation. They haven't even gone up for confirmation over at the legislature. There are people that are making decisions that before COVID-19, I didn't know these people existed. And there are a whole bunch of people that sit behind desks in offices that nobody ever needs to normally hear about. And you're right. All of a sudden, they've got all kinds of power. For heaven's sakes, get me, I'm gonna make a Nazi Germany, equation. We give everybody these brown shirts, and we give them all kinds of unfettered control. We don't have brown shirts, but you will recall around lockdown times when there was a whole lot of people that went out and were conducting investigations in the bars and the restaurants. They didn't have brown shirts, but they did have those uniform jackets, DEH on them, and they had DEH hats, and they didn't have batons, but they had clipboards, and were capable of being able to cite businesses at a moment's notice for what they consider to be violations of their rules, not my rules.
You got it. And then how about the stopping of traffic to tell everybody about COVID? I mean, it's insane.
I intend to, as often as possible and as often as practical, put they had a flyer that came out with a GIF or JPEG or something like that, a little flyer that went out into social media, and it was the schedule of the road closures. And the 4 different places on Guam where virtually every single person, unless you were a member of the elite and you had a pass, that everybody had to stop, in some cases, as long as a couple of hours to get through drive time traffic in some of these locations. And I don't know that it saved life one.
No, and in fact, some cases, a couple of hours, maybe that was extreme, but 15, 20 minutes, half an hour just to hang you up.
Yeah.
I mean, give me a break. This is Gestapo. And I'm sorry, I like Lou as a person, but she's the wrong person for the job and clearly inept.
9:57, Gabe. I like to let things lie, and that was a good point for both of us to step away from the microphone. So I'm going to let you go. We'll talk again soon, and hope the boy's okay.
Thanks, partner.
All right. 888-825-5888-TALK. It's 9:57. That would have been a great point to just bang, drop the commercial. So let's do that now.
Happy day. This is Claire Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Get a box of Post or Kellogg's cereal for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a 75-ounce bottle of Dawn dish soap for only $5.95 when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a Bounty paper towel 2-pack for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
9:58 and change. What do you want to talk about now? Just kind of leave that there. Nice, Gabe. And I appreciate you calling and letting me call you by your real name and all of that stuff. Very, very recognizable voice for some members in the community. And go, oh, I know that guy. I know him. And it takes people like that with names that they're not afraid to use on the radio and voices that they are not asking me to change or otherwise filter or alter to get on and speak our truth. I'll say our truth because I know that there's people out there that disagree heavily and go, come on, man. That's their job in the government to look out for our safety, for heaven's sakes. And there's too many irresponsible scofflaws like you and that Djokovic guy, that tennis player that won't abide by the rules, like they don't care about themselves or their community. So, as I said, there's a bunch of different versions of the truth laying around, and I think Gabe was spouting ours. And I think it's a good place to end the program. 9:59. Coming up, we got Fox News Live, and then tomorrow is the Friday version of the Ray Gibson Show. And the deal is, this is the rule. It is no frowny face Fridays. There will, no doubt, be something in the news today or in the newspapers tomorrow that will cause us to knit our eyebrows. We're going to try not to do that for the most part. It is 10 o'clock in the morning for Real Joe and Jerry and Mana. This is Ray. See you tomorrow. And no frowny face Friday. Here it comes, Fox News.
A harsh rebuttal. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The Senate Republican leader with a response after President Biden made the case for voting rights legislation yesterday.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell described President Biden's voting rights speech in Atlanta as profoundly unpresidential.
I've known, liked, and personally respected Joe Biden for many years. I did not recognize the man at the podium.
President Biden warned Republican-led states are trying to undermine democracy and linked the current debate over a pair of voting rights bills to the civil rights era. He also endorsed the Senate changing filibuster rules to advance legislation, something Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says Democrats are discussing in intense talks around the clock. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
When asked by reporters about McConnell's comments, the president said, I like Mitch McConnell. He's a friend. Chicago teachers have backed a COVID safety agreement with the district to keep kids in schools after 5 days of canceled classes. It's due to the pandemic. White House economic advisor Brian Dees addressing the new inflation numbers, which show it jumped at its highest pace in nearly 40 years last month.
What we're seeing right now is these price increases are a global phenomenon, and that reflects the nature of the global challenge of coming through a pandemic crisis and a pandemic-affected recovery.
He said he expects to see prices moderating in the coming months, and he admits supply chain challenges were more than anticipated. The Ohio Supreme Court has rejected newly drawn district maps that retain Republican supermajorities in both state legislative chambers. The ruling the state's redistricting commission must redraw the boundaries in compliance with the 2015 constitutional amendment within 10 days. America is listening to Fox News.
The Fox Weather app is changing the way you think about weather.
Welcome to a whole new world
that will blow your mind.
with a dedicated team of meteorologists.
Streaming 24/7 using game-changing technology.
We're tracking every storm.
And you can follow along with our mobile 3D radar tech, something you won't find anywhere else.
Taking a trip? Future View gives you a long-range look so you can travel with ease.
Weather just got a little more interesting.
Download now at foxweather.com.
Start every day with Fox and Friends at 6 a.m. Eastern on Fox News Channel.
Thank you for waking up with us.
Start your day informed with the latest news Americans care about.
We are back with your headlines.
Weather that will impact your day.
So let's take a look at the forecast, everybody.
And so much more.
Fox has it all covered.
Start your day with America's best friends. Fox and Friends.
Are we ready to go this morning?
Watch Fox and Friends every day at 6 a.m. Eastern on Fox News Channel.
Gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Call calls for the resignation of Britain's Prime Minister for a violation of his own COVID restrictions.
Prime Minister.
After days of speculation, Britain's Prime Minister Boris Johnson has confirmed he attended a party during the UK's first coronavirus lockdown.
Mr. Speaker, I want to apologise.
Johnson told Parliament here that he met with staff in the garden of his office at a time when social gatherings were banned.
I believed implicitly that this was a work event.
Opposition leader Keir Starmer
Is he now going to do the decent thing and resign?
said Johnson should step down. In London, Simon Owen, Fox News.
For the first time, the U.S. Army is offering a maximum enlistment bonus of $50,000 for highly skilled recruits who sign up for 6 years as it struggles to lure soldiers into some critical jobs during the pandemic. A local Republican leader in Michigan handed an unusual punishment by a judge.
The leader of the Genesee County, Michigan Republican Party is sentenced to write an essay about bullying, accused of threatening to poison a Democrat's dogs in a late-night phone call 2 years ago. Matthew Smith's friend was running against Jennifer Kelly, the elected clerk of Houghton County. She tells the judge she was afraid to go outside, attend functions, or walk the dogs. Smith, 24 years old and also a school board member, denies the dog threats, but apologizes for making the phone call and pleaded guilty in November to malicious use of a phone. The judge tells him it's time to grow up and be a man. Besides the essay, Smith is also sentenced to 240 hours community service and $650 restitution. Chris Foster, Fox News.
Federal prosecutors have charged Eric Lira of El Paso, Texas, with providing performance-enhancing drugs to athletes